Right now.
Right now, there's been a donation. What a fantastic start.
Well,
Hi.
it's noticeable because it's the one where I have to do a video of me eating a spoonful of mayo.
Oh,
Ooh.
I will not be doing that on stream because I
Do
don't
it.
want to vomit in the middle of our aesthetic magical girl game. But
um, Rose,
whoever you
I
were,
feel those
anonymous
viscerally.
donor, thank you so much.
Yay.
If you hadn't been
viscerally.
anonymous, I would curse your name.
Hi, welcome to Live from the Apocalypse. If you are joining in for like this stream after watching the rest of programming today, you know that we've been doing this all day. We're also doing all tomorrow. We are raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals through Extra Life. Everybody here is raising money in order to benefit the Children's Miracle Network hospital closest to them. I'm raising money for Children's LA, for instance. And we are doing so by playing Girl by Moonlight, which is a magical girl system. It is new to all of us before this, so you're going to have to like deal with some interesting sharp edges. But you know what? There will also be glitter, and that is important. So we are playing through a game called In a Maze of Dreams. We have a set of magical girls that have the ability to walk between dreams. We have a set of magical girls and one that's not quite magical just yet. We are going to be playing through their attempt to unravel at least some of this common single dream, at least theme, that affects the population. There is a forgotten song that entices people to this wish fulfillment place of their subconscious being satisfied in so many ways, except for really having true intimacy and vulnerability with other people, and that's bled into the world at large. We are in a possible distant future of not so distant future of a different world that maybe has some commonalities with the one that we're in right now, as we found in series creation. Because if you've never played this system before, or Blades in the Dark, which is very similar, there is a lot of creation that we did together as a group. So we're going to go through some of that first. But I'd like to say hi to everybody. I'm Victoria, by the way. I'm going to be storyteller for this game. I am going to go in order for who is closest the way that my screen works. Y'all have to deal with that. So, Tracy, would you mind saying hi?
That's me. I don't know what to say, but I am Tracy. And
could you give us a little bit of the mundane of your character, and then we'll go into the magical and when we get there.
So I think that this is going to be an interesting one for those who have not seen Steven Universe, but I am Harmony. I am, sorry, I don't remember my name either.
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
I remembered my full magical name.
Yeah.
So I am Charlotte. I am currently working in a physical domain, I should say, and am embodying multiple pieces of all of us after all. How much detail do we want to give at this point, I guess?
Just your mundane self. If you want to give us a little bit of what we should be like imagining in our head when we see Charlotte, that would be awesome.
Charlotte is attractive but abrupt, I will say, and in a very approachable manner almost. So very different. And as an occupation in this world, she is a sex worker because it is not the same commodification as it would be in our current world.
Too true. All right. Claire, would you talk to us about your character, the mundane side?
You're muted.
You're muted, hon. Yeah.
Thank you. Apologies. My character's name is Kairos. Kairos comes from the coast and has not too long ago moved into the city. She is trying to get some like work up in the ranks to get status for her family, and conforming to different things needed for that as she goes. She is working middle management for a VR parts factory, and is I would describe her as uncertain and meek and kind of mousy.
Okay. All right. And you are Claire. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Rouge, how about you?
Yes. So I am playing Delia. She is pretty uninspired girl next door type for the time being. She's just trying to get through the day, and it's kind of second verse same as the first. Every day is just like the other, but she can't shake this feeling that there is something more out there, and she believes she has just recently stumbled into the much bigger adventure thanks to some very poignant words said by her friend and coworker.
Which is a fantastic segue for Timmy.
So I'm Tammy. I'll be playing the character Adam Stern in the game. Adam is a very small, very meek, and very scrawny individual, ending up working back end IT for one of the VR pleasure areas inside the city. So largely staring at screens all day with no human interaction. About the only person that they actually will seek out and talk with is Delia, who they know as a childhood friend and one of the few people that actually has been kind to them their whole life. So, kind of a background figure, except around the one person that they really, really know. Though, however, Charlotte also has met Adam one time before.
Okay. All of these are the mundane versions of our characters. So this is who they are in the waking world, which has its problems. The society that we have envisioned as a group, as I said, is a like alternative future. At least I sincerely hope alternative that exists in this place of looming spires and a press of bodies. So the population in the city in which our characters live is oppressive. The amount of people that are able to coexist all at the same time has some advantages that have made that happen to the way the world has changed, but nonetheless, it makes for a very anonymous and uh, dull existence, and a lack of the ability to make true connection, if only because your ability to actually find the same people in your experience is harder than it would be. They work on, they sleep on, they commit like their leisure time in shifts, and those things change depending on what and how you do. So the like schedule that you're on versus others. If you're thinking about like what the city looking like, we will have some. We're going to start off in a little bit of a different place than they spend most of their time, because leisure and the like downtime certainly doesn't take up the majority of your waking hours. If you would, thinking of very clean city air, but nonetheless like uh, the clouded lights of different LEDs and neon, and the smoke from people, consuming something that vaporizes. But the actual like air and the vehicles around it's very, very clean now. We've got like this fantastic integrated infrastructure of hydrogen fuel, and like if you can manage to see them between the buildings, there are twinkling stars up there. It's just the amount of sky that you actually have visible above you is very, very small. Um, at one block center, there is everything you could possibly need for your downtime until you get a couple of blocks over, and then there's another one for the people that have to service that. Uh, Within this one center, you have food, you have stimulants, you have like entertainment, you have pleasure, you have anything that you could sort of want, and a little bit of a space in order to be able to experience that with the other press of bodies that you have leisure time at the same schedule with during this rotation. The places where you can strap on a headset and jump into a game, the places where you might be able to seek out companionship, that you may be able to indulge in a hallucinogen or a stimulant or a depressant if that's your particular flavor. All of that can be had in the same almost shopping mall experience. But this like one-stop shop also has a constant rotation of people. Within our like donut shaped building, there's a courtyard in the middle for milling around of people when they are under the effect of all of the things that they consume, but also just as a chance to have those fleeting connections that you might have for a night, an hour, a day, that like even only gives you a first name and may never ever ever happen again. um, Facing out into the courtyard, you have people that are peddling their food, their drink. There's like definitely some girl in the corner that's smoking out of something that looks like a rubber ducky, and like it makes bubbles when it comes off. But and the effect on her face is one that like literally could be kaleidoscope eyes. But there's also a almost like maitre d' stand outside of one of the establishments that's draped in this beautiful, like warm and colored lights in reds and oranges and ambers, where the music inside is pleasant but not distracting, and there's a hyper blonde feminine woman standing at the podium barking to passersby in order to solicit their attention towards her establishment. This is Luce, and she is, the name being both a pun and a nickname. Uh, she's asking people to come in to, for lack of a better word, a brothel. She's asking you to spend a couple of your, accumulated coins and credits on the bodies, the experiences on the inside. Now, that might be briefly encountering another human. It might also just be engaging yourself in the kind of technology that allows you to experience all of the like entertainment and pleasure without any of the messiness. And she's not alone in this. It's perpetually twilight because of how little sunlight really gets down to street level. If nighttime happens to be when you have your leisure hours, it wouldn't make a huge bit of difference because, if anything, the artificial light here drowns out whatever you could have created with sunlight. But at this particular, we'll say, evening, the stream of people is every once in a while catching a fish from this enticement, and joining Luce outside, at least for a brief moment, we find Charlotte.
How's your evening going?
This is the most boring part of the job. Like, I know it's technically a promotion, but you know what? It's occasionally like a little bit more entertaining to be the one that's getting covered in fluid.
I, no offense, but agree. I think that there's something to it, and I do not envy your time being spent out here.
And she's going to be like picking at like she's got these very like severely blunt, once again, like intensely platinum hair. But it's wonderfully maintained in the way that like definitely could not happen with the current chemical process.
If only.
I'm liking the interesting ideas of what in this near future what we think the advancements that will matter are.
You can fry and bleach your hair and it's not going to destroy it. That's a miracle of technology, people.
We are trying to improve pollution and hair coloring.
Hair.
Equally important.
That's all I want. That's all.
Like, you can breathe the air, there's lots of drugs, and your hair can be whatever color you want it to be.
Sex is not stigmatized, and
Sex is not
So
stigmatized.
sign me up for this dystopian future.
Yeah, this does not sound that bad.
Yeah, also sounds like the, imagination behind sex toys has definitely exploded. I don't know if that means that we got a donation or not. There was a victory thing that went up, but thank you for, yes, bleaching your hair and sex toys are a victory. I agree.
yeah.
Priorities, people. This is a good future so far. Anyway, so Luce is going to be messing with her hair. I don't know, business is okay. Could be better. I don't know when the change of shift is going to be. I think we've got a couple of hours of, the sirens will go. We'll see who the new people are. But, if you felt like walking around and drumming up your latest project.
I'm not opposed to that if that's preferable for you.
Oh, honey, I don't care. Is it slightly less boring than what I'm doing right now? Then that's what I need you to be doing.
All right, I'm on it. So I'm going to start taking a walk around. What would be the nearest bar, I guess?
So there's definitely places where people can consume both food, drink, once again, all variety of the things that you would do to change your emotional state. And so the closest to your place of business has a just counter out in front of it. There's a constant rotation of different things being played on screens, which are of course super light and nearly impossibly thin and able to show in brilliant color without a ton of ridiculous light pollution, and rotating through all sorts of different things that you could be watching. There's sports of a fashion, there's people that are watching gambling going on, there's something that might be loosely called porn, and you've got almost these tiny dishes of things that are clearly edible food and then consumable edible stimulant of some variety. And people are like an olive bar, just coming up and sampling and dropping their money.
Do I see anyone who looks particularly lonely, or is everyone just a bit lonely?
I think the loneliness is a weird thing to quantify in society as it exists this way. So you definitely have people that look bored. They're seeking out the next stimulating thing. So your window of opportunity might not necessarily be that they're seeking out specifically company, because they're surrounded by people. It's the whether or not they have something in the moment that's more entertaining than talking to someone else. The bar stools in front of this are packed, but no one's really talking to one another. They're looking at a screen, they're looking at their device from their pocket, they're playing with something on, but they're not, there's a almost like a game board that'll come off of the bar tab surface, but not a lot of them are talking to each other.
So to establish this is part of what I can offer is actual human connection, hopefully, but we'll see.
Yep.
So I'm gonna saddle up onto a bar stool and see if there's anything I would find of interest, because and then try. My food is here. I will be right back.
For a half second, I was like, "Holy crap! There's a fire!"
Yeah. Well, while Tracy has been called off, I have a very important question, Victoria.
Sure.
How much of a donation do you need to actually wear the shark hood?
Okay. So my fundraising has been stalled somewhat. So I'm going to be honest. I'm a cheap date here. I need $10 for that.
Right. I have hit the button, so they have approximately 2 minutes till they come up all the stairs.
I love it.
That's okay. We're bargaining with
I'm
Victoria for donations to see what it's going to take for her to wear the shark hood.
Yeah.
So we
awesome. Really not that much. I kept my goal reasonable this year, but I don't have a lot of social media. So even when I do,
it's
you
hard.
know, and I'm not allowed to advertise through work. So
Same.
you know,
all these people in the team are like,
there's-
yeah, I send out stuff at work or like work matches, and you don't. And I'm like, you suck.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
it doesn't
How
help
about
that I'm technically a church employee, so like there's plenty of other things that we also do to like make the world better, but like, you know, we have service partners in like Haiti, etc. That's a worthy cause, I guess. But you know what? The kindergarten does like a lemonade and cookie thing like 4 times a year.
yeah.
Just saying.
So how about if I donate $10, you wear the hood for 10 minutes?
I will wear. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sounds fair.
Sounds
Just because I figure there is a chance you'll like overheat, so I don't want to make you wear it for the next like
this is quite plushy.
4 hours.
And the worst part of it is that there's
I just
tail.
got a donation too. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, so this has like a stuffed tail. I don't know if it's gonna like
amazing. I could just
it's great until you have to sit down with it, and then it's like, is this lumbar support or is this just going right up the ass? I don't know. One or the other.
Hey, that's what I'm back here for.
And you know what? Like that's a thing that, like, you know, for Tracy's Place of Business is definitely on the menu that you can pick. Like that's not even a weird service. That one's standard.
All right. Well, you just got the $10 for 10 minutes of Shark Hood. You may decide when your timer starts.
I will join the sharkiness.
Yay, sharks!
All right. Oh, hi, Squeak.
I'm so unprepared. I don't have any sharks available to me. If only I'd known there was a theme. Stars and sharks.
Naturally.
Every trans girl has to have her blahage.
There's a company that makes like a shark blanket that's basically a sleeping bag in the form of a shark, but it makes it look like you're like being consumed and eaten. And I've been like, I should totally get this. And I'm like, you have a shark onesie. I've got like a regular blanket that has like a sharky theme bit to it because a friend of mine made that for me. And I'm like, I don't know if I need this. Plus, I don't know how useful it actually is as a sleeping bag. And then I was like, when do I actually use my sleeping bag? And recently, the time that I used a sleeping bag was when I went on retreat with my 6th graders, and we were at Catalina Island Marine Institute, and they were already like, we're afraid of sharks. So did I bring this? Yes. Did I actually wear it? No.
Oh, you're so nice.
You're too nice.
Oh, I'm not. Also, this is Squeaks.
Hi, Squeaks.
They can't hear you unless you speak into the mic, but like you can tell them why your name is Squeaks.
I mean, I definitely heard a squeak. I don't know if stream heard the squeak, but
yeah.
So I have an absurd incentive that is the 10-minute version of All Too Well. So I didn't realize one of my people who donated that amount, and so I was just texting him like, "Oh shit, I didn't do this while you were watching stream. I guess I have to record it now."
What's your absurd incentive?
It's me singing the 10-minute version of All Too Well.
Yeah.
like, what is that?
We'll take a break at some point, and it's
That is a Taylor Swift song. Yeah. God, what
Oh.
year is this?
Was that the Jake Gyllenhaal one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It
We're
is.
hip.
Also,
we're with it.
so
As
I ordered
aforementioned,
this
6th
sushi.
grade is how I know like everything about Taylor Swift.
That's true.
That and our one 3rd grade teacher who is also like a galer, which I didn't know was a thing.
I
until,
am too. So.
I might be now because I'm not gonna lie. Of the like conspiracy theories out there, that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
It makes so much sense. She's at least bi.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law is a Swiftie, so I get the knowledge. I get the deep knowledge. Yeah. So
and it is deep. Like it's
like
speaking
I have fallen
we're
into
playing
that
a game with a conspiracy, but I couldn't have designed the level of depth that like
she's a mastermind.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Yes, I am.
In my mind, this is actually happening in like real life, and it's just talking about like historically being obsessed with this like old-timey singer named Taylor Swift.
No. Do I have
it's like
written
World War
jokes for this
II
bullshit?
history.
Yes, I do. because of the things that I did script.
The magical girl equivalent of being obsessed with World War II, being obsessed with Taylor Swift
it's not
from the
the
past.
Roman Empire. It's cultural.
This is my Roman Empire.
I'm just as likely to conquer the world. Maybe more of it.
I appreciate everyone on here being
like
so online.
the tour and the movie and the like, you know, re-recording of albums and releasing, like, I mean, also importantly, guys, like anything that lasted longer than 4 years, more of a cultural impact than the Confederacy. Just okay.
Anyway. I'm
So-
also a little ashamed of how much food I have ordered, and now that Bedlam is preparing my meal because he was like, "Oh, I'll get it," he's going to see how much food that I ordered. Whoops.
It's okay. I've got snacks. Well, now I have to find a way to make it look like the shark is eating them, but this is like, yeah. Also, there's like a lot of gums in this.
There's a lot of gums.
There's a lot of gums. All right. Which, you know what? This makes up for the fact that none of like the gems that I put on my face actually stuck. Okay. Brain. Yes. All right. Charlotte is talking to people at this bar, not bar, or trying to, as it were, because you're competing with all the other stimulation around you. And keep in mind, for many people, this is not a like the limited like interaction with someone in order to like have an encounter is probably something that adults, like at least some of them, do regularly. But like you would almost have to be very socially adept to actually endeavor to go to bar, pick up someone, engage in. So this is for you showing like the, you know, pardon the children's phrasing, but the riz here, man. Yeah, like that would be the part that almost makes it deviant. It's not what you're offering, it's that you're willing to engage with strangers in a way that's semi-authentic in order to do it.
Yep. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, so in terms of what strikes your fancy or what would be most tempting, right? You're looking for someone whose boredom looks like it's not being even kind of satisfied by the different things that they have around them in order to take their attention. So for you, what does Charlotte look for when she's looking for someone that needs a little love?
I think and like we all know what it looks like when you're disconnected, like when you're physically present but disconnected. I think there's like some level of just not, and it's not like not being awake, but like I have been having a very hard time describing this right now. Looking disconnected or even in thought as opposed to engaged.
Mm-hmm. And like we all know that there's a difference between somebody that's like zoned out because they're in their head versus zoned out because they're watching a television screen doing something.
Right. Yes.
That look is what you're looking for. Okay. I'll say that you've got an easy mark, as it were, at this this set of bar stools. You have a person that's got like a shock of very, very green hair, like lemon lime like bits, in a like spikiness that definitely had to be achieved with product, but it's meant to look messy. And they're somewhere in that like a middle range of feminine, masculine in both what they're like styling themselves as and in terms of like body size and like your, you know, secondary sexual characteristics. Like we got an NB baby here that's looking a little bit that's zoning out of staring.
It's so much food. Thank you.
The disembodied hands just deliver.
What service?
He is wonderful.
Oh, I didn't realize you could tip via kiss in New York City.
Well, it depends on where. Speaking of, no.
So this like the zoned out is like they have their device like right in front of them on the countertop of this bar top. They've got a little dish of some of the nibble bits, but there's also a like what you would recognize as one of like the edible stimulants that's
Mm.
meant as like sort of a half caffeine, half uh not that like Viagra makes you feel anything like pleasurable, but something that would like basically start your body to be in tune to the different things that would like a shot of oxytocin and some dopamine in there.
Like, yeah,
And
yeah.
they're like picking at it but not eating anything in front of them, staring at one of the screens that's displaying the like Ryan Seacrest of this like age, or
Maybe
like a
it's
Mario Lopez type, like one of those like immaculately groomed men that's only job is to be like the host of like inoffensive but still attractive in a like very packaged way. So this is Stel Win is this personality. And they're giving a like shopping guide of the things that you can pick out for your tiny ass apartment because you live in something the size of a refrigerator box. Everything comes down from the walls. And it's things that you can like really quickly swap in and out for. So like basically disposable bedding because it's only going to last so long until it basically composts itself. Things that will overlay over your tiny ass window to kind of make it look like you have a view of something. And all of the stuff is to possess to make it look a little bit more posh. And the description for everything is very much about how this is something to show off. Like, should anyone actually make it into your apartment cubby? Like, you know, you have this particular item on trend right now. That's a little bit of a status symbol, and they're all comparatively incredibly expensive.
hmm. So I would really appreciate one of those, wouldn't you?
Fuck. Well, the and they're gonna like eat one of the regular consumable food tidbits. I mean, the like I don't know. Would you and like they'll give you like a like side eye up and down, um, like fairly blatantly checking you out, but not actually like turning to give you their full attention yet. Um, like I don't know. Does it make me look more accomplished if my apartment has a Himalayan sunrise over the window?
I don't know about that, but I absolutely think that it's a beautiful thing, and there's nothing wrong with appreciating beautiful things.
You'll get like a little smirk from our friend. The I mean, appreciation's kind of the point. Um, I and the win here is that they'll turn at least somewhat in that bar stool, so now they're facing forward, but also partly to you. So you've definitely got a hook. Um, and I I mean, I don't know if you need my name.
That's up to you. Whatever you're interested in.
Do you have like a I mean, like, do you have like the menu rundown? Do I get to pick, or is is it on the wall somewhere? Do you
Yeah,
work
you
here,
can.
right? Like, just to, I mean, but my place is also it's fine. I have no Himalayan sunset, but
There, you. Why don't you? Why don't we walk next door and get you more situated with this?
sure. And they'll like ease off of the stool, like almost exactly your height. Still not gonna touch you or get directly into like your personal space, except to like do the like having to edge around other
Shimmy
people
off
in
the
the
bar
aisle,
stool.
and yeah, like a little, like this. Um, Sorry, that's just because it made the head do things. Um, and they'll like this isn't taboo. right? Like it's probably just as normal as walking through a shopping mall in the 90s and somebody coming up to you with one of those like lotions or whatever that they want you to try out for. They haven't bought anything yet, but it is a like, okay, like, this is the newest exercise hula hoop, like wear this particular type of your establishment is probably a little bit better than any other, but it's not, there's no weirdness for the two of you to be walking up to Luce at her little like valet table.
Yeah, it's just like a menu, right? Like,
Mhm.
take a
And there
look.
is one, yes.
If there's something that looks good, if not, keep moving.
Mhm. So your catch will go up to the podium with Luce, and Luce will bring up a like pull up a screen from out of the podium, and there's a couple of pages of like listed, mostly like fairly blatant descriptions. Like nothing is called like the rainbow sherbet or whatever. It's like
This
plain
orifice, this amount of time.
yes, I mean, goodness, like I want one of the swordfish and also the like blueberry pie and like is it an extra charge if I want whipped cream on top? And yeah, um, the what does it mean if I get it a la mode? And do I have to tip? So the menu's explicit, and it includes things that would be with you or more, things that are provided with machine or with VR, or so it's a like, well, it's like a Cheesecake Factory level menu of different options, just like categorized very plainly and
It's
nice.
going to take an hour for them just to get through the menu. In that case, the Cheesecake Factory
True.
menu
It's
is
like you got to
thick.
go in knowing what you kind of want and
Yeah.
zone in on that
Mhm.
part of the menu.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we're going
Or
straight
a
to the
good diner.
so
Or
like
even a
flipping
bad diner.
to a particular section, this person is going to have like flipped to the page or the section that goes into the experiences that is like one-on-one, so you and them, that would allow for more like face-to-face interaction. This is, for
Yes.
lack of better word, this is like the boyfriend girlfriend experience page. um and now they have a little bit of a blush going on,
Mm.
and they'll kind of offer, so like, I'm my name's Gun, um and yeah, um the so is this is like a like how long for the number, what is it, 72?
I assume Luce would know that.
Yeah, Luce is going to be like it will be like actively putting this in basically the like point of sale tablet that's right there, and be like, well, our initial offering would be 50 minutes, which is a fair amount of your leisure time block. So I don't know if you're immediately on shift after this, but extensions are available. The additional cost for that is listed below. You'll get a prompt and alert on your wearable devices. We can set that to either like vibrate in your implant over your ear, or we can send it to your watch device if you would prefer. Or if you really need it to be something that isn't feeling like an interruption, we can send you a snooze alert to your device instead. And the so my the device would be good, I think. I've got rest hours after this, so
Oh.
that's that's fine. And the bashfulness comes in with the what they are picking rather than that they are here.
No, it's much. I feel like it's much more like gauche to be like, okay, can we have a
This is
connection?
deviant. This is weird. You don't get many of these on this page, so this would be something that would alert you and have some of that dissonant sensation that you feel
Internally.
and in like sort of a like a God, sorry for this word as it comes out of my head. It would be like a tingle in your subconscious. Um, thank you. Yeah. So they'll offer you like as they pick out their menu, they flatten their little financial disc on the point of sale, and they'll offer you their hand before going into the actual
I'm
interior.
gonna do my job, but it is gonna be uncomfortable.
Do you say that out loud?
No.
Okay.
I feel like I feel like Luce, if she's been around, she's around.
Yeah.
She's gonna know that. So I feel like a look to her is like, this costs extra for a reason.
No, she's gonna kind of give you the I will check on you in 15 minutes
Yeah,
kind of a
yeah.
nod, and let you two enter. I am gonna kind of veil this part unless you would like to act any of the. Okay.
Well, we can veil it. That's fine.
For yeah,
mind.
for now.
For the children.
For the no.
For the children.
Because
For the children.
This explicit cuddle action.
about an hour later, there is the not like klaxon siren, but there's a alert that goes off from some PA, outdoor, that's broadcast on the different devices that are showing something that is broadcasting live. There's and it's a chime that almost sounds like a doorbell, to indicate the switch of shifts. So people will start streaming out of not everyone, because everyone's not on the same schedule, start streaming out of the shopping center bit. People will start heading out into the street. There are these beautiful ultralight tram cars that go back and forth, that are letting people off at destination, picking people up to move. There's not traffic to speak of on the street level other than pedestrian and the street cars, but there's a good half to a third of the population starts moving between places, and we'll follow a dark-haired, feminine presenting person getting on the tram car, heading out of the shopping center portion of things, readjusting their wear and going down about only 2 doors to one of the looming spires that's just a bunch of blue reflective glass and a revolving door in the front with a stream of people heading out into the night. And she's going to walk on in, and we're going to head to the offices where they're not cubicles, but in some ways even less privacy than that, the acrylic glass boxes in which our other protagonists will work. So this person will hit buttons on an elevator and head up to a floor that contains an Adam and a Delia.
And if I can break scene for a moment, I'm almost certain she's not watching because I don't think my sister even has a Twitch account. But
Okay.
thank you to my sister for donating to my Extra Life campaign. Yay!
Yay!
And now,
keeping
scene.
track of donations, people. I'm not doing that. All right.
Who wants a Christmas gift from me? You better donate, family.
All right. In the interest of, I think it's been about 20 minutes and it's a little bit warm, so I'm going to take this off for now. But thank you very much for the donation that caused it. Look at the eyes. They're so soulless and they want to eat you. Okay. That's not true. Sharks are not soulless. All right. But some of them probably would want to eat you if you looked enough like a seal. So, as we head into boxes, the office layout for this is just hallways with there's no plants, there's no space filler art. It is just acrylic box with a sort of desk thing in it, and it's not really a chair so much as it is like a flexible sitting device that you get, and then like a station along every like row and hallway where you could get like, you know, your stimulant drink, your water. Like, you know, next to that there's a, you know, bathroom that is not designated male female otherwise. You know, like a thing that might have been a copier at an earlier bygone age, but now would just be like a transfer of information to like, you know, your place it there, jump drive, and then bring it back to your station. And these like long, narrow hallways just have, to use a particular word, cells of your little office space along the whole thing. There really only room for maybe 2 people standing, 1 person to have the ability to turn all the way around. And they are completely transparent, not just to the like side that opens to the hallway, but also to the sides immediately next to you, and then over top of your like workstation to the person on the other side in the other hallway. And it is a looming spire of at least 70 stories of this. That like there are windows on the end of the hallways looking out onto more looming spires and the neon and LED flashing the gigantic billboards and screen outside, trying to convince you that the latest thing that will make you slightly better than your peers is blank. But it's very clean. You see like a little robot vacuum go by every once in a while. Nobody even put poop heads on it though, man. Um,
A lack of fun in this
right?
dystopian future.
You know, well, Status doesn't like fun. Status likes elegance, sort of. Whatever is on trend right now, like maybe they're all like, I don't know, a like brushed steel kind of a tone. They'll change that in 3 months when it's no longer in fashion. Um, but, but yeah. So along this hallway of desks and tiny little cubicles of see-through material, we have an Adam in one. Somewhere else along the hallway, and they're sort of perpetually half filled with people. It being completely full is a rarity that you probably haven't seen, but you know, there's space enough for the new person that comes on in. You know, like yes, like fresh graduate trainee certificate owner. Here's your tiny space for now. Whenever you're on work shift, you'll come here. We might promote you, demote you, move you to a different building, but this is where you are for right now. And that population also is transient. Your schedule and your rotation means that you're only in the same, like with the same people where you're working in the same hallway, maybe once every 8 or 10 days, and it's somewhat inconsistent. You know, there's a random like arrival day holiday that happens in about 2 weeks, right? Um, and then like you'll get some extra leisure time, but not like the whole day, but you know, like 6 hours instead of 4. It's a holiday, not like, let's not go crazy here. So Adam, you are at your station. You are working on some network and something or other in your box at your
Little box.
yep.
I am staring at a screen that, much like what we're looking at now, is compartmentalized into a bunch of different screens inside the screen. And each one of them has a different one of the current VR activities going on over in the pleasure center. So I'm seeing what's going on over there where Charlotte is. But however, I'm remote and just boringly staring at it just in case something goes wrong. I'm the one who fixes it. But a lot of my day is literally staring at a screen, barely doing things some days, and other days everything goes wrong and there's no stop to it. Today has been a slow day, and Adam's face is as vacant as we were describing the completely disconnected people previously.
Mm-hmm. You can like take pieces of your screen and like move them, so like maybe the arrangement right now looks like a like like not a smiley face, but a face with like a, you know, flat line mouth. That feels, yeah. you can move things around, you can change view, you can cut between different surveillance and camera. There might be like biometric data that you're collecting at the same time. You can probably bring up a panel of like the different drones and robots that are providing service to all of this if you needed to like call it an emergency. Or but yeah, you're a hall monitor, sort of, a warden, sort of.
Cross
um,
between hall monitor and IT.
Yep. Doing stuff. It is there. That one point somebody told you like the actual purpose of this. Like you would definitely have tasks to accomplish. Maybe if you do them well, you will be promoted to something similar but better, in a different tiny cube space. But it is completely unclear who is also monitoring what you're doing in a way that would result in any kind of change or promotion or censure or training or whatever for you. So that's the day.
So I think while this is happening, all of a sudden, Adam gets a little like bleep bleep chime of an incoming call. Because I'm going to say that despite the fact that we're technically all in us, all of these people working here are in this chain of cubicles, it's actually really weird to go and talk to someone in person, like
Yeah,
face to
that's
face.
like, yeah, that would be like the idea of like hanging out in the one. There's not really space for it, but also those little like stations where you would, take your immediate needs of moving around. And the only real reason you would do that would be if you needed to like consume or drink something. So yeah.
So, despite the fact that Delia and Adam are, by any metric in this society, relatively close because they just chat just to chat over these like video calls frequently throughout the day, uh, they almost never see each other in person, face to face. So this is just Delia's normal, hey, my job is really boring right now. Is this one of those days where your job is really boring right now? Let's just talk for a while, sort of like voice calls that she does during the day with Adam.
I love it. So yeah, the little like bleep bleep chime goes up. You work close enough to each other that you probably like first encountered at one of those like random like we are both refilling our stimulant liquid right now. But the and whatever it was that you noticed about one another, maybe completely unconsciously, of like this person will entertain my need for connection entertainment to express a little bit of dissatisfaction in a way that is safe and not going to cause me censure from my betters. That you were able to forge a connection that way. But because of the like deliberately identical and like labyrinthine design of the way that the offices are laid out, it also means that you would never find each other typically unless you specifically reached out to a person. So your little bleep bleep goes off, and the little like icon for Delia pops up on your screen, to accept a call.
It's going to completely take Adam by surprise, based on the completely zoned out at the moment and nearly fall out of chair. You think expecting it, but also time being very variable when you're bored. So compose semi and answer call before it goes away. Also, OOC, my headset just told me charge me, so I may have to drop out and change microphones. So
Okay,
if that happens, I'll communicate some way.
cool, cool.
But
It took me a long time to realize that you meant in real life.
OOC out of character.
Why?
Also, yes, valid. That very well could be the case inside the world as well. I'm sorry, I can't last long on the call.
As soon as Delia like picks up the call with Delia, hey, my headset actually needs to get charged. We probably can't talk that long. What's up? Like,
That's actually perfectly valid in character as well. But at the same time, it's going to be oh, thank God, Delia, something to actually get my brain out of staring at screens that have, I guess, fortunately had nothing wrong today. How little have you had to do today?
it's the same sending out emails to people, but it's the same stuff over and over that no one responds to. And it's just really just speaking into a void. Yeah, but at this point, it's like practically automated. Like I've got the same spiel that I just like copy paste and send back out, and then I never hear from most of these people ever. So it really doesn't come up. But anyway, yeah. So got any cool plans for your recreation block today?
I kind of just had in mind to get some food, and I don't really have other plans, but that's nothing new. I'm
Yeah. Um. Well, hey, maybe we could go. There's the place around the corner. Maybe like we could just go grab like food after the when does your recreation channel start? Like block
Are we
start today?
lined
Do
up
we
on
have
this
the?
one,
Are
Victoria?
we lined up today?
All right, so we'll say that you're at least lined up now that like you have like maybe your blocks do not perfectly overlap. They're like an hour offset from each other, but that you have enough time together that you could like plan for like, oh yeah, like Adam will start a little bit before Delia will, but then like, you know, Delia's like recreation block goes like 1 hour longer before you're on rest time, and like personal hygiene, self-care, rest time, and so you have enough time that's like, oh yeah, we could totally coordinate for this block.
Yeah. Hey, we could go to that place that's next to the like the pleasure center place. If you don't
Okay.
mind like going and waiting in around there for like an hour until like my recreation time starts.
No, that's fine. It actually sounds better than anything else I possibly could have done today. I used to love the games, but now I stare at screens all day, so. So yeah, no, that sounds fine. I'll just go grab the stim drink in the meantime, I guess, to pull my head out of staring at this. Maybe
Awesome.
maybe it'll wake me up a little and make it feel a little better today. I appreciate it, Delia. Thank you for like actually taking the time.
Yeah, I mean, I just what else am I gonna do with my evening?
I
So
know it's
this
so
is
exciting with the options we have every day, isn't it? It's so many options and so little to actually do.
is that a note of dissatisfaction, Adam?
Never. Of course
Uh,
not.
You know by this point that Adam is clearly not happy with the way things are going in their life, and it's like there's something buried that they just don't want to talk about. That's what they really want, and it's something that is just not really possible. In fact, just a few days ago, they were talking with you about how they really wish that they could make their dreams come true, but they're just not things that really are available inside this life.
I
and
mean,
not
what could possibly be off limits in this life where limitless recreation options and career options, I guess.
And Adam got very, very, very evasive at that. In fact, very uncomfortable and embarrassed. And they're always a little reticent, but this was almost just like shared intimate moment, then immediately closed off when asked what it was.
but there's a phrase in it that probably tickled your brain. I gotta think of different words other than tingle and tickle here. But anyway, the the thing that's gonna like echo for you is that thing that they said about dream. Um, and you all have experienced that like dreaming is almost exclusively a like wish fulfillment time of experiencing the things that you would want to possess and elevate yourself and compare yourself with others. That the dream experience for everyone is this, you know, 7.5 hour structured time, whether you had to take like the sleep drops or the sleep patch or whatever, you get the particular delta wave headset going on. That's not a real anyway, theta wave, alpha wave, whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. That got you to sleep. That the dreaming experience is unique to each person, but if anyone ever bothers to talk about their unconscious experience with someone else, it is about all of the things that they want in this life that are available to them just being given to them in their head. That they get a 7.5 hour tour of the way it could be if only they reach that level of status. They had a little bit of something gifted to them that they like earned, stumbled upon, if their, you know, weeks this year that translate into their true leisure time means they get a chance to experience grass. Or but it's very much a you go, you take the 10,000 pictures of it to share with other people that you did it, and by the time that you've unplugged from the screen, your time is over. All of the things that are trying to be shopped to you in the daily experience are given to you freely while you are sleeping.
You probably have also noticed that Adam has absolutely no interest whatsoever in most of what's being peddled in there. It's almost like status and material stuff just aren't really what they're looking for. So, however, they do like seeing you and having the opportunity to actually talk. That matters.
Sorry, no shopping montage. All right.
Not for Adam.
It's okay. We'll make up.
However, Adam will happily walk along.
Yeah, you know. The
And
So
dream.
one of the alerts goes off on Adam's screen. One of the windows, the like edges of it glow, like, you know, a like yellow, not full on emergency, but one of the things that you are monitoring along your network has like is in need of immediate attention in order to dispatch what needs to be done. But you're finding that that yellow is one of our like game centers for these very elaborate VR experiences that are like have been crafted and perfected by technology in such a way that the people that are using their leisure time for this have like the full haptic suit, and they're in like the gyrosphere to be able to orient themselves to however it lets them like experience lower anti-gravity with the way that they are suspended while they are like in the given the game that they're in. Maybe things interact with them at the same time. I Charlotte's Place of Business definitely has some of these that are rigged up to some really interesting accessories. But the whatever, you know, holodeck experience you could possibly want, while it looks absolutely ridiculous from the outside, is completely immersive while you are inside of one, but requires this constant level of attention in order to run properly. Because if the thing that you're experiencing in VR does not match the thing that is happening on your, you know, left side in the haptic suit, the illusion is gone. And like, that's the whole flippin' point. My daily experience is so goddamn boring. Like, why can't I be in the, like, you know, experience where I'm a sea otter today for 2 seconds? Like, my goodness. So that yellow alert goes off around the window. And you can do some like quick diagnosis, and whether you decide to leave Delia on call for this is entirely up to you. I mean, it's something that's happening. Like, got to be more important than that, person that's like, per my last email, and you're like, you've never sent me an email before, bitch. The the yellow around as you're doing your like, it's still relatively rote, but your like levels of diagnostics that you know how to do, you find that this is something that's going to actually need like physical intervention. Now, that's probably not a person, it's probably a drone, but nonetheless, you might actually need to get somebody else in on this call. Which means that if you click the little menu for who you could possibly talk to, there's a list of a bunch of names of people that you don't interact with really ever, but one of those is going to get you someone that might be able to help. So, if you want to just like spin it like a, I don't know, Wheel of Fortune, your finger can land on Kairos.
And I probably would have reacted with, shit, sorry, Delia, it's been dead all day, and now it gives me the emergency. This is
No
one that's
problem.
got some follow-up calls. I will see you for food in a bit. Hopefully this doesn't make me miss part of my time this time.
How ridiculous do we want to describe what's happening to the person in this VR rig right now? Like, where are we on a scale of like 1 to 10
Please,
in
10.
terms of how badly that like we want to talk about what's going on at the moment?
So
So
this person
ridiculous.
was
One of
going.
you that's monitoring the chat right now, tell me what they're saying about this. Also, if you donate like $5 to my page, I'll make it super ridiculous and possibly
Oh,
disgusting.
hell yes.
And please, we will take a donation to do whatever the heck you want as the VR scene that I have to work on getting fixed. Because otherwise, I have an idea and I'm happy to run with it. But also, yeah.
I'm glad that you have an idea. I wonder if we could collaborate on this bitch. But like,
If any, I would also just like to offer that if in addition anyone donates to my page, I will respond to this call in a haiku.
I appreciate that.
Wait, look, I'm on it. Okay.
You've tempted Tracy with the arts. She can't resist.
It's true. My one weakness.
I'm just saying, when we filled out our safety sheets for this game, most of these people gave me like full reign of shenanigans for like, I don't care if there's violence, I don't care if there's sexuality, and you know what? Like, for once, it would be nice to use some of this.
My credit card is taking too long. Let me use my phone. Hold on.
The magical girl's about to get weird. No.
Yeah, I'm so ready though. All right, where's Vicky?
Obviously, this is what you're coming up with while bored all day waiting for shit to do.
Yeah,
Is how do you answer random phone calls?
I mean, there's a reason that like what used to be deviant is now perfectly normal, because like, your like understimulated 12-year-old like brainstem comes up with only so many things.
So I haven't seen anybody chiming in the chat that they're going to be telling us what's going on in the VR.
What like I don't know. We could like spin a wheel of death of random themes here, but like
Wheel of death. Wheel of death.
Okay,
If only
make it weird.
I was gonna say, I was like, where's my like super art fight people right now, right?
I know, that's exactly what if only we had had the foresight to come up with weird VR situations that we could put on a little like spinning wheel ahead of time. Next
Somebody
time
has made this on the internet though.
Next
I guarantee
time.
it exists.
Oh, 100%.
All right. Did I get a donation? Hold on. Or is this might be the
You did.
Yay! Okay, good. All right. I was gonna say, I was like, it might be the shark hood. No, it's not. Okay, delightful.
I just got $55 from an Alex.
Ooh.
If this is somebody in the chat right now, please chime in with what you want us to do, because it didn't give me a last name, so there's only like 2 potential options for that in my friend list on social. Is that somebody in here who's got an idea for us? Because with $55, you got free reign to go with whatever the hell you want. You want to make awkward for me.
Yes.
Let's go. You know what? If you're not Alex and you write it in there right now, I'll give credit.
Yep, right. I mean, I had an idea, but
You know what? You go for it, because me inventing it is going to be too easy for me to work
I
my
mean,
way
given
out
like
of.
the shark suit right now, right? Like, I just feel like this poor human that is currently like hanging in their little gyrosphere, like if we were to zoom into the VR experience that they're seeing, which of course Adam can do on like the screens, Kairos probably as well, right? The problem that we've got is that we have like an accessory that is malfunctioning, perhaps in a like rather repetitive way. In this experience, we have a like the feeling from the haptic suit is of like a very humid, warm air, as though one were inside of sort of a primordial jungle. Um, that they have a like rough, scaly skin, sharp claws, teeth. Like the the finest of sort of anthropomorphized dragon. All right, but like oddly enough, like some like really big tits. The like
You
just
know, in this
very
future world, what doesn't have big tits in
right.
those
Like
VR
I mean, it doesn't make
rooms?
Adam,
like
unfortunately, I mean,
species sense,
Oh,
but and like
doesn't get in the VR room, so Adam might
yeah.
have huge tits in the VR room.
And like this poor hapless like dinosaur madam, madame, whatever, in her helpless state, has been caught in like a very large spider web of and she's just like just lost of what could possibly she could do. That like her trusty like T-Rexy friend, loincloth not in place any longer, has wandered over to help her out of this, but like apparently that doesn't involve actually helping out of the spider web. So our like extension in the VR land is just like right now kind of, oh no, we're good, okay, I'm stopping, all right, that's fine. The yeah so they're like the person who is currently experiencing this is like just not quite getting what they had put their money's worth in for, but it's like it's getting uncomfortable, it's sweaty, and definitely needs some like immediate attention before this is going to be too much of a problem. Thank you for the very clear signal there, Tammy.
we're a little
Oh my
tied up in the
gosh.
spider web.
Did we get
I
a
would like
donation?
to give a shout out to both Rouge and Tracy. Thank you so much for donating. I am writing it right now.
Ah, delightful. Please write a haiku about this. If there was
It's
anything that
almost
we needed
done.
to immortalize.
Now, quick
My
question.
I
Does
already got my
Adam
haiku. My haiku was for Claire and I played Stardew Valley this afternoon. So
Oh,
my
yay.
donation was to get a haiku about our Stardew Valley experience. So I've already been thanked.
one quick question. Do I already know what's happening, or does Adam have to tell me?
I'm gonna go with your function like would allow you to see the like mechanics of the VR, but not necessarily the experience inside. So in order to see like what our poor trapped experiencer is going through, that you would need to actually have a conversation about that. But that rather you are seeing the like problems with the actual equipment, so you know that like the one side of the haptic suit's not working the way that it should be, and
Okay.
like the attachment is doing this thing that it like shouldn't be doing right now. And yes,
Okay.
So definitely hitting that dial button and trying to connect through with somebody who can help me on the mechanicals.
Hi. Hello?
Hello, do I have Kairos on the other end here?
Yes, you do. I see that you have a problem with your haptic suit. Could you tell me what's happening in there?
I think we're switching over microphones. Kairos, what do you see on your end? Like, what's your screen saying?
Well, if I get the gist, There's something about dragon-scaled bosom, gossamer threads surround you, perilously trapped.
Okay, first test, do I have audio now?
I can hear you, but you're very low.
Okay, I don't know on here where I can control my output volume. Sorry, I don't work with this particular streaming one. I will lean really close for right now as we're working on this, but I'm describing it to you as, yeah, so the person's supposed to be completely motionless on their left-hand side, but yeah, it looks like their arm is visibly, forcibly jumping out in front of them in the suit. So, yeah, when you're feeling your arm move, but it's not in the video or in the VR, it's probably going to be pretty jarring for you,
Okay.
especially if you're not moving it. One of the actuators or something? Oh no, this is your thing.
Oh yeah, I know. Could you tell me what's happening in the room? Because I think I'll have to repeat for you. I think I lost you for a second. The gist that I had, just so Tammy can hear it too. The gist that I had for what's happening is dragon scaled bosom, gossamer threads surround you, perilously trapped.
Yep, that sounds about right, other than the fact that outside of the vision, their arm is flailing. But yes, that's exactly right, and remarkably poetic.
Yeah, it looks like your actuator is actually stalling out, and you may need to reset the entire suit. We can send a drone out right away to address the issue. We can send it over. Do you know what sector this is in? Because I think I see that it's in building 4A.
Yes, that's consistent with what the screen is saying on this one.
Okay, I'm sending a drone over. Um, is there anything else I can do for you to fix this now?
I think it's just the part. I'm going to work on double checking the code behind it, make sure we don't have a dual end problem, but unless you're seeing anything diagnostically on your end, I think we're working towards the solution.
Okay, and it looks like we wrapped up that issue in about 2 minutes. Remember to keep an eye on your metrics.
All right, sounds good. We're really good on time here.
We're great. Okay, let's wrap this.
All right.
Got keep it down.
We
All
got to
right.
get this finished so we can get back to staring at nothing.
What was that?
No, don't worry about it.
Oh.
Adam hangs up after inadvertently complaining about the rest of the day being dull. So, we got the solution on the way.
Your customer service voice also is terrifying, but very, very good. So, you're
Can
also
you tell that I worked in a call center?
Yeah, right. Yep. Goodness, having flashbacks right now. It's okay. Anyway, so you are also going to recognize, like, Kairos is. You have a different perspective on this, but you are definitely going to have that same, like, the scent, the flavor, the whatever of what you just heard is going to set off a recognition and in some ways like an instinct in your brain of that you're able, at least initially, to like quell, but that there's like almost a predatory instinct with that little bit of dissatisfaction that you heard from Adam of that, like, that this is for them clearly not like the buying into the rat race, and that, like, their escape from dull monotony still not being quite enough to fill that void is gonna make like something inside of you perk up and take notice. I know, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make them less, but it's happening anyway. Yeah. So for you now have a little bit more attention to be paid on Adam that you otherwise might not have clued in for.
I should be making a note in his file about
Okay, so like an actual external note as well.
not well, like you know how like you keep tabs on every person. Like
Sure. Okay.
I should be updating his file to say that maybe they need to have their recreation timed up, but also watch their call times a little bit more closely. But I decide not to, which is huge for me. Just massive. Just huge. So
How are you supposed to get recognized for your promotions if you're not meeting those quotas of, that was holding yourself back. But it does mean that in the like time between now and when the next block of recreation starts, you also get off work like for the next leisure time shift, and are able to spend your time however you see fit. You all live within probably a city block of where you. Something just happened on the thing. I saw it happen.
hello, Raiders.
Oh, hi. Okay. I was like, I don't know, a thing popped up.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Justin,
We're
fucking
playing
rip it,
Maze
baby.
of Dreams, which is
Slop
part of
that down,
something else.
dude.
Guys. It's in the corner.
Yeah, dude.
Can't stop
Crack
watching.
one for the big
All right.
boy.
We're playing in a Maze of Dreams. It's from the Girl by Moonlight system. We're getting into our magical girls having at least some connection to be able to start what is called their obligation phase, if you are familiar at all with the system. If you're not, it's kind of like Blades in the Dark, but with like transformations that go into how you create this whole other persona that has like superpowers, etc. in dreams. We are in a alternate future of a pretty dystopian but like really clean air place. Sex positive, but like also really boring. That's where we are right now. We're bringing the group together. We have been introduced to now all of our characters with a little bit of spice of who each of them are, just the hint of flavor. You missed our haiku.
All right,
and
hold on. We have to pause. Mark, you're the best. Thank you so much. This is amazing. All right. That was a 1K.
Nice. Nice,
Oh
nice,
my
nice.
god.
Amazing. Thank you.
Mark, I don't know you, but thank you.
God.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Not
Was
the
it the
hero we
dinosaur
asked
porn?
for, but
Was
the
that
hero
the
we
part
needed.
that did it?
Was it the dinosaur pour that really
Right?
sealed the deal for
like,
them?
like, just like slid that on into home.
I really hope he's watching, but I did just message him that. I hope it's the dinosaur porn.
Right? I mean, like,
Also, fun fact, that pushed the entire team over our halfway point for the
Yes!
team goal.
And
So
now I get to pit Mark and John against each other. It's on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Awesome.
get those check guys in competition.
Those are the two founders of my company. That's why.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Thank you again, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Unless
Mark and
John
John.
would like to
Yeah, I was
enter the field.
I was going to say, thank you, Mark. Unless John. Yeah. So, you all live within like a block of where you work in these looming spires of. Kairos would really be the only one who's experienced life outside of the like press and not necessarily sprawl, but like press and insulation of the city in which you live. And you grew up here. You didn't really experience family in the way that your great grandparents did. Only so many people now get to create children. They don't really raise them in the same way. Because there are so many that can exist now. Now, that's in some ways a fantastic way. Like, medicine is well advanced to the point where you have people that can live and sustain. We've got energy that doesn't require the same footprint. Everyone can be fed in some ways, not necessarily to excess, but only where they're eating the things that provide those like fleeting pleasures. like no one's necessarily consuming cabbage soup unless they really, really want to. Every time I eat cabbage, it makes like my German ancestors happy. I know this, but like, you know, the like, yeah, there's like, you know, a Frau somewhere that's like really happy with me. But
I made potato
um,
kale soup this week, and it was
right?
just like this. This is what.
This is what my body needs.
Like, it is encoded in my DNA that the
Or
like, you
schnitzel.
know,
Yeah.
the yeah, like the you know, like somewhere out there's like Spätzle that like, you know, has my right. Anyway, the so the experience that you have provides for your life, but you don't experience like a nuclear family the way that your people, like the society, did generations ago. We're only really 3 generations removed from that. So it's still in the societal memory of people being able to live with a core family that you would have been raised by parents rather than in a like generation of kids in small groups that receive the care that they need from, yes, people, but also from machine. Your like closest growing up acquaintances would have been the people that were raised in the same shift as you. Your schooling, your life, all of that, and yet to say that because you weren't raised with the kind of closeness that you might have had 3 generations ago, you're all very stunted in the way that you can create that between people. The ones that know everything about you when you were little still probably don't know a whole lot, or at least not anything substantive about like who you are on the inside. They might be able to like tell the story about the time that they found out you were allergic to chickpeas and you vomited all over, whatever. But like, you know, we all have one of those stories from 3rd grade or the equivalent. But now you're probably only in contact with them to make sure that you're doing better than they are, because that's the big milestone. The ways that you advertise your life, the things that you're able to do, what you're doing for pleasure, what you're doing in your downtime, whether or not your job is doing anything, your tiny little crystal box that you work in, and the also very tiny apartment that you occupy might be a square foot bigger than, and that's a piece of extreme pride. Like, you're trying to get to a place of excess where you're able to have so much that compares you to others. It's only really fantastic if this is something that's better than the next. And that is absolutely the like core motivation for, because there are so many anonymous people, your ability to make those connections has become so messed up. And just the idea of keeping track of a numbered person, a named person, when Kairos might be one of 1,000 of them in this city. I mean, after all, like, you know, they had that like baby boom where like Kairos was one of like the top 10 names that year, right? And like that preschool class was like really, really frustrating for. But you know, it's not Ava and Sophia anymore, guys. All right, it's Kairos and Adam, and yeah, the like Charlotte is actually one of the most popular baby names right now, and you know, thanks British monarchy. But anyhow,
I was gonna go for Carlotta, but I decided that was
I love
too pretty and too
it. Yeah,
phantom-y. So
yeah.
Mine
Anyway,
said to choose anachronistic.
I love it.
Mine was supposed to be pretty or innocent, and for some reason, the best I could come up with was the name of the catalog that, you know, was the hit way to order clothes when I was a kid.
Excuse
Yeah.
me. Flipping through those pages, what was that if not making you like long for that item that was going to show your ability to like afford some of that crap? Like, God, in like the late 90s, flipping through the Delia's catalog and being like, it's a $68 sweater. Like, oh, so
Totally reasonable,
I have
except for the
never
fact
owned
that
a
it's
thing
like,
from a Delia's catalog,
I
but
think
I
I think I
feel
maybe
that
got
want.
one thing from Adelia's catalog out of
I've
the
never
many,
done
many
it,
I
but I
paged
looked at
through.
it
Yep,
all
right?
the time.
I absolutely like highlighted particular parts of outfits, and yes.
Yep.
They didn't
Like,
even sell anything in my size, and I wanted it.
I
mm,
had Delia's sheets.
oh dang. Okay.
I like that we all have now been transported to this time where it's like, oh,
Is an
damn.
experience that we know. You feel that viscerally? That's entire society in this world. All right. Yeah. All right. Like showing up in that like the coat where it was like the suede with like the like fur around the edges,
yeah.
and it had like
And the
patches
cuffs.
on it that like made you look like the manic pixie dream girl you knew you totally were on the inside. Yeah. That Lemming. Okay. And was it $150 in 1999? Yes, it was. All right. You know what I'm talking about, chat. Unless you like were not a female teenager or preteen in the era of time, and then you have no idea what I'm talking about right now. But that's where Delia came from. So, all right, we are headed to leisure time. So, which is good because we're about to take our first obligation. So as time at work starts elapsing, once the like mini emergency dies down and things are, fires are put out and the gossamer threads around dragon tits are, doing their own things again, that that person's been like recredited their money and then a bonus and blah blah blah, and now they've got a story that they can tell to like the one person they need to charm for the evening, who maybe just hopefully like feels a little bit of their particular kink, but like maybe you won't see them again tomorrow, it won't matter. As like the hours for leisure time get closer, your options once again are relatively limited because your leisure time blocks are so small, and that you have this like rest hygiene time that has to happen before you go back to another work block. You're not like venturing very far out of the bubble in which now there might be like 4 of these little shopping center pleasure centers within your like immediate scope, but you kind of rotate between them, and like the facades change every time as the trends whatever, but like the cheap thrills are the cheap thrills no matter where you go. It just has a slightly different flavor to it. So you're going to head to everybody, unless you are already there because this is your place of business, the like pleasure center closest to your work building. But you're not gonna go just. I'm assuming something like are Mark and John competing for your affections? What? No.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. All right. On the way out, so like Adam, you like log off of all of your things. Delia, you're so close but you're not quite there yet, so like you're you send a little like chat message of like soon. All right, but like Kairos and Adam, as you like log off and start your process of getting what you need, everything has been like climate controlled, and to some degree like even outside has been attuned so that it's always pleasant. There's a little bit of seasonal change because they found that made like everybody 10% happier or whatever, but as you go to head out, Kairos, you head out of your little block, and there's this very like cheerful, very perky might not necessarily be the word, but vain, positive in an annoying way, coworker of yours that comes barreling down the hallway with those that are leaving, and is like, I just got promotion, and all of you are going to come celebrate with me. As of course, it is only polite, like some of you, and she'll make like eye contact with a couple of people along the hallway, will be paying for my first consumables tonight, and I will make sure to mention your name when the next round comes up. But I am finally going to upgrade my living space by like 4 square feet. We're going to get like the window upgrades, and today we celebrate. I get to move up 3 floors. I'm not going to be in this box anymore. There's even a like lounging chair in my new one. But everybody is coming. We're all going to, and she's going to start rattling off the names of the businesses in the shopping center you were kind of already going to. she sidles up to Kairos and it's like, I know we're not on shift very often together, so just as a reminder, because later if you decide to get me a drink, my name is Faye.
Huh?
And we're gonna, like, what do you think? Are you more of the like VR, like competitive game bits? Like, I know that like the like ones where you throw the like globules at each other get so messy, but it doesn't look like this is a crowd that's going to be in the like personal concert venue. So like I don't know, but like you're coming,
Uh,
obviously.
yes, whatever you want.
Because it's
Yes.
important that I know your name when your name comes up for the next round of promotions.
Is it? Okay, yes. Yes, it is. It, yes, whatever you like.
Your Kai
Rose.
Rose. Your name is Rose.
Kai Rose.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or Kai.
Anyway.
Kai's good. Kai works.
Okay. Kai. Anyway, I've had like 4 cups of the stimulant juice like just a second ago in order to make sure that I'm totally ready for this, because for the next 4 hours, this is the plan. And she's going to like shuttle your hallway into the elevator. Adam, you're going to unfortunately join this crew when it pops open on your floor. And Delia, I guess you'll find them an hour into the revelry when you are off of work. So you have everyone's best friend has just decided that you're going to go out with her, and that's the plan for your leisure time today. And it's important that you do, because her promotion means that maybe your promotion will be next.
Yeah. Yes. I've never been called Kai. Kai could work.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a shorter name, does that mean that you are like slightly more likely to be mentioned or remembered?
Oh God. I don't know.
I mean, Kairos is a full 3 syllables. Like for some people, they're going to consider that that's too many.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Kairos.
Yes.
Like Kyra. Kyra. 2. I don't know. I've already forgotten. Anyway,
we need to get to your entertainment.
That's right.
That's right. We need to celebrate you.
She's gonna push you all onto like the tram to get onto to head to your revelry. As clearly not like loved as this individual is, you have now a small train of people following her from this same incentive. The if you help me celebrate for this, I'm gonna remember when like your time might come up again. So even if I don't know you, you better make sure I know your name by the end of the night. She's going to immediately like set up orders for like things that are like delicious, mildly hallucinogenic, like this stimulant, that, and just be as soon as you get to the first cafe-ish, like it's got like the high tables where there aren't really a place to sit, like the bar for like where you can like lean your foot, whatever. The food will like deliver and pop up right in the middle of the table. And once again, some of it is just edible, and then some of it's to like produce an additional effect. But Faye's going to be popping around between the different tables, spending time kind of with like all of these people that she's now decided that like she will extend her largesse to once she has made it big.
I'm so sorry. In the chat, Will just suggested marijuana.
That's for like dipping your fries in if you're from Europe? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, Jim did?
Is it also like creamy though?
It probably
No, Jim is the only person who donated. I've had 3 people donate to my mayo level. Jim was the first. Jim got his fucking video.
Yeah,
because Jim
so.
always gets his mayo video.
He literally messaged me and was like, "Do you hate mayo too?" And I was like, "No, sorry, man."
He just gets so much joy out of seeing me do
The
a
physical
spoonful of
discomfort.
the physical, obvious discomfort that comes from me eating a spoonful of mayo for the children.
For the
For the
kids.
children. But no, I've had 2 people donate to the mayo level since then. I'd be like, oh my God, don't eat a spoonful of mayo. That's terrible. Don't do that.
That's what my 10-minute all too well was like. I didn't really pick that, but it picked me. Okay. Love it.
Yeah, one of them was my aunt who was like, don't do mayo. Do something that you like instead.
Oh, like a
Oh, that's
spoonful of honey
Stop.
from.
a spoonful of beer.
Makes the medicine go down.
Oh God, Tammy, I'm sorry, I can hear you, but not at the same level as what was that?
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
So Faye will like interact a little bit with Kairos. She's going to immediately pop like this like olive size like Jordan almond looking thing that's supposed to have, you know, like an effect to your nervous system. And like she'll start messing with like the implants in her temple and get bored kind of with like standing around with Kairos and like slide up to like Adam's table and be like, who are you all? I'm Faye. I just got promoted, in case you wanted to like pass me some credits along so that I can, you know, celebrate in kind.
Adam doesn't even know why he's really gotten caught up in this, and kind of just like, yeah, hi, I'm Adam. Here,
Yeah, I mean,
essentially.
it could be you next. What you know, I mean, I guess I would ask what you do for the company a bit, but like, it won't matter. Anyway, you know, while
Uh,
we're out for today, yeah, Delia.
They,
I'm assuming Delia's at the table with Adam, or
Yeah,
unless this,
Delia
yeah.
will like have arrived while this is like, you know, I
Mhm.
would imagine that like an hour is about as much as Adam could probably stomach of this without having someone to rescue. So
I'm
yeah,
literally like looking over at you with eyes that are screaming, "Help me!" right now. Like,
Oh my God, congratulations, Faye. You should totally go get yourself something from the refreshment stand with those credits.
totally. Thank you. I mean, like I said, it like I had to share my good fortune with everyone. It could be you next, but I also really want to make sure that you know that it was me this time.
As soon as Faye is out of earshot, Delia will turn to Adam and be like, do you even want to get promoted? Why are you giving her credits?
get her to go away.
You could have just said go away and it would have had the same effect and you would have more credits.
When's the last time I really cared what I was spending it on? Just asking. And she went away. And yeah, good enough. And yeah, whatever. The job's boring, but so's the next one up. Ugh.
Right. Well,
Did she annoy you as much as she was annoying me?
yes, there is a reason why I encouraged her to go spend the credits you so politely gave her somewhere, not
Woo!
here.
I'm making just a mental note that this is probably the Adam because I recognize his voice. And I don't say anything. I don't even move towards his table. I just make a mental note that he seems really unhappy. What? Okay. Okay. Cool. And then I go back to standing awkwardly and looking at no one.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's like definitely things in the table that are providing you not only with like things to consume or to, you know, provide some effect, but also like, you know, a thing that will pop up to like keep your attention for a half second. Like the, you know, technological equivalent of having a like one of those little like peg games at a Cracker Barrel table, only, you know, no
Okay,
one
I
here is
actually
really
love those peg
expecting.
games. My grandmother had it at her cottage, and I was very good at it by the time that I went to my first Cracker Barrel. So,
But like, no
I
one's
think we know
actually
what we are
expecting.
absent-mindedly doing. We are absolutely absent-mindedly playing like a tic-tac-toe on a peg game level of this.
It
This is
would
what
be
we're doing.
weird for you to be having a real conversation right now. That is
it
not
would
a
be
thing that
weird to
society
make
typically
eye
does.
contact while we have this conversation.
Yeah, God. So for
So
it's definitely not
aggressive.
going into notice that you're playing with the pegboard. The thing that might be weird is that you're actually somewhat turned towards each other while you are doing this. Yeah. Faye will, because she is at this point sort of the equivalent of like drunk and mildly high and also just, bragging, will come and like slop a little bit down on a like stool that is between like or at Kairos's table, but like close enough to where Delia and
Yeah,
Adam are
just
that you can still
fucking
hear.
grip it, baby.
the-
Slop that down, dude. Yeah,
I am
dude. Crack one
only
for the big
like
boy.
14 levels away from getting a space where I have one of the apartments that has access to the pool that you can use for like your exercise time. And if I make it another 4 levels above that, I enter into the lottery to be one of the people that can actually donate to become a parent. And you can hear in that Kairos, at least in that moment, if you're paying attention, all of the things that we might acquire from these moves up of levels. That one's the one that comes with a little bit of a twinge.
Yeah.
Like,
You're so close.
I
You're so
mean,
close.
I know. And like, I mean, it didn't like, I mean, gosh, I don't know how many cycles it took me to get here, but like, obviously I'm going to get noticed for the next one. And, I'll make all of the connections that I need to in the meantime. But like, I mean, obviously I don't know exactly who like my donators were, but I got good parts. And like, I think that could be good.
Yeah. You're almost there. And I take I take one of the edibles. I go for something that'll make me a little bit tingly and take the edge off. Since we're using the word tingle a lot.
Oh my goodness, the Extra Life account actually just followed the channel.
What?
Oh, cool.
You're like so cool. Okay. Ah, guys, I've never been cool. This is the closest we've gotten. All right.
We are cool.
Yeah.
Nerds are the new cool. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's definitely yep. That calls for
Everybody keep their conversations super clean for the next like 5
yeah,
minutes.
right?
Oh,
So yeah, like oh man, I mean, I'm so excited for like that extra. It's like 2 extra cycles of the onto my long-term leisure time, so I could actually go somewhere, where you get to go and you take the pictures of all of the green space and like, I don't want to like stick my feet in it or anything. I just want to like be there and say that I was there.
Thank you so much to the
Totally
chat. Thank you, actually, for kids.
Talking about the extra leisure time, and then the moment it was I just want to say I was there. I'm rolling the heck out of my eyes again.
I
The other way.
I am going to not really respond to this conversation. I am going to take out some credit. I'm going to take out my deposit card and I'm just going to tap Faye and give her like 6 credits for like 6 whatever consumables she wants for the night. And I am just going to pull up a screen in front of her and turn on screenscapes of mountains and have it pan over the mountains. Just zoom in. I know that she took something that should be helping her get a little bit of a vibraty, like trancey effect from the swoops.
A tingle, one might say?
A tingle. A tiny tingle.
Yeah.
And then I am going to, once her attention is diverted.
No. Like she's taken her her suite of things that she has consumed has gotten her to the place where she's like emotional drunk.
Oh God.
This is deeply embarrassing also.
Oh God.
So you're starting to see the crew that like came here start to like, you know, get uncomfortable and dissipate.
I am trying.
And she's doing the like, I don't really remember my great grandparents, but I remember hearing about them. And I think I'd be a good mom. Like, I know that doesn't happen a lot, but like, you know, I could get there and then get a little bit more space, and like I can take care of things. I have a plant.
What plant did you pick?
It's a hostia, and it's the kind with like the pink in the like the leaves that do the with the pink.
Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful.
And she is so healthy.
Did you? Ava is a beautiful name.
Oh, she's like in the perfect spot. I have the counter that she's on is supposed to fold back, but I don't ever move it because she has to get the perfect indirect light. And I put one of the color temperature lights on the top, so she's always got the kind that like keeps her leaves extra glossy. She's so pretty. And like she'll bring out like her device and show you a picture of her plants. Like,
oh God.
I'm like 14 levels away. Like, Ava's a really pretty name.
I'm just gonna say fuck it, and I give her a hug.
And she is gonna like she's sloppy enough
This
that,
is
like,
the
not able
office
to
holiday
control.
party equivalent of watching two coworkers hook up. This is gossip for tomorrow.
Oh my God, what did I just do? I scream away. I pick her up, I turn her to face another table, and I shove her, and then I slink away to a table 2 feet away.
Fuck, guy! What was...
She won't remember it.
And I come back, and I'm like, no, God, oh.
Oh my goodness.
I can't do that. I turn her to face me, and I sit her down on a chair, and I say, your plant is beautiful. Your plant is beautiful.
Ava's so pretty.
Ava's so pretty. You will have another plant.
You're
one
so
day.
fucking weird. Oh
Me?
man.
Me?
Yeah, you're so fucking weird. Oh. Like, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Delia, you and I are totally laughing about this entire exchange right now, just saying that.
Just, you
I-
see this?
Charlotte, I imagine that you can like see this from like the balcony level above, because you might be able to like basically like be scoping out your next like clientele, etc. from. So like you can see this along with the dumpster fire that is Kairos trying to deal with it, and like Adam and Delia like laughing as it's occurring. So you've got the like opera box to.
I literally start crying a little, just a little bit.
Extra weird for this.
I know.
So like, Faye is gonna like as like stumbly and ridiculous as she is, she's gonna try and get up and move. Like, okay, right?
Yeah, Faye's the one weirded out by this exchange now.
I know.
Like, God,
I look over at the two people cackling at us, and I'm
like she's gonna start like, I'm gonna go the. There's definitely some of the like.
I know exactly
Sober up
where you need to
water.
go.
That way.
I know. There's someone here who really.
Catch you later. Gonna try and forget your name. And like she's gonna start
Wow.
over to like
I've seen people fucked up
Dismissed.
before.
I'm stunned.
Kai.
I'm
Poor
stunned.
Kai.
Did you just call me Kai?
Well, that's what she was calling you.
Oh, yeah, you can call me Kai. That's fine. That's fine. Call me Kai. Call me Kai.
What do you want to go by? I like to respect people's names.
You can call me Kai.
Hey, Kai.
You
wanna-
know, it's a really good act to drive her off.
Would you like some credits?
I think I'm actually good right now.
So I just saw one of my incentives that donated to costume change earlier, so I'm going to do that right now.
Whoop whoop. All right, we can finalize whatever is happening
Yes.
with this exchange while you go change.
I was gonna say, I was like, we're kind of getting there. But we're not far off.
How about instead of credits, how about would you like to get a round and join us, Kai, and we can just sit and chat?
Shh.
I think we're the weird ones now, Delia.
Sure. Okay.
That was so embarrassing. I just feel bad.
Okay. Sure. That sounds great. Let's do it. Let's talk. And chat. Let's chat.
Oh, I did not think this far. We have to actually talk now?
Yeah, well, while she's getting the drinks, well, I guess we know what we're doing for the rest of our leisure time now.
So what plant do you
Sorry.
have?
I actually don't have a plant. I'm
Oh.
not invested in raising things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have much. I don't really find that very appealing. But, whatever. Everybody has their own things, I guess.
Do you have a plant?
Yes.
Does it have a name like hers did?
No.
Have photos?
Yes.
Oh. I actually wasn't expecting that second answer.
Here. Okay, it's been about 2 minutes. It was really great chatting with you.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, great.
Totally.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause you. Like, obviously, all of what you've just done, maybe not as completely aberrant as the like expressive, emotional nonsense that Faye managed to unleash. What is it about Adam, Delia, and Kairos that seems? Oh, I like the shiny.
Ooh.
Lovely
Beautiful.
color blue.
Like that, like you were already paying attention to Adam.
Mm-hmm.
So does this deepen your like suspicion of something different? And then for like Adam or Delia, is there any piece of Kairos right now that hints to you like, oh, like maybe we will kind of see her again?
Oh, Meredith's in the chat, just so you know. Hello.
You chose while I look like this. Great.
Oh. This is the superior look for this stream. I don't know what you're talking about.
So
The shark can get it.
I have a follow-up question. Did I recognize Kairos's voice?
Let's do an action for that. Can you roll perceive for me?
All right, I can roll 2 dice and keep the lower because I have a 0. Double 4s, so sort of succeed.
Yeah, so it's between the voice might not have been the immediate like hint, but like Kairos and a like same leisure schedule, like a voice that sounds somewhat familiar, like that's at least possibly. Now, once again, maybe it's like a somewhat common name, so it's like it's possible it's not the same person, but it might have been like, oh, I interacted with you over okay, like great. This chance to chat might come up again.
just so you know, my 5-year-old nephew is watching.
Yay!
Hi, Charlie.
That will color my decision on what to bring up next.
Hi, Charlie.
That I'm very happy that I have the shark on.
Yes. So Adam still stands out. This is highly unusual. I am honestly just completely mortified by what just happened, and all I can think about is how I'm going to be demoted. Everybody is going to talk about me. They'll probably forget in a day, but it feels like they will talk about me for a long time. And Adam still stands out, but the complete embarrassment is overwhelming in this moment, and I don't know what to do with it.
Well, you're going to have another moment of possible shock where Adam actually looks at you and goes, wait a minute. Hi, and your voice, do you work in the parts section for VR?
Did you have an issue with the dinosaur stuck in a web earlier today?
Yeah, that one. That one.
Wait, you did what?
Oh,
Is
This
that
was
why
one of
you
the
had to hang
more-
up when we were chatting earlier?
That was one of the more interesting issues I've seen in a while. Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly judging on what they were doing, but
Yeah,
the
we
way
don't
they were
shame you.
malfunctioning was particularly amusing. Small moments of amusement.
I'm going to be honest. That was a lot. I'm not sure what to say right now. It's very unusual for me to talk to anyone from work, and I'm not sure what to say.
It's really strange to run into someone from work you just like talked to over chat today. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially when it was right at the end of the day, too. Well, I guess coincidences do happen even with this many people around, but yeah. Delia, you notice that this has Adam in a much lighter
What a lovely day!
they've been in a little while, just for like the combination of laughing and like actually running into somebody.
Okay, so actually, let me just ask you. You seemed a little bit unhappy with your job today. Why?
Ooh.
Also, hello, people who just raided.
We are playing in the Girl by Moonlight system. This is In a Maze of Dreams, and we are rolling in a society that's like super not okay with human connection. And I think it's possible that we actually just got the first like potential for our what's it called? An action that is going to use some links. Yeah. Might not be, but maybe. So like assuming that this like make a connection is actually happening here, like quite risky, Kairos.
I know.
Yeah. You can
You
offer
hugged
at
Faye like 15, not even 15 minutes ago, and now you are making a genuine connection with this person?
what?
You little slut.
Rebel.
Char, turn away.
I mean, she might
Okay.
as well be getting paid for this. Come on.
No, she was paying for it.
Oh, oh dear. How deviant.
So-
I turn bright red and decide to sit down at the table and stay.
Oh, that's right. We have like a
okay.
5-year-old watching. I have to watch what I say.
Um,
Yeah, I know, right when it's getting awkward.
it's been
The
awkward
funny thing is,
already.
we are legitimately talking about you hugged someone. Like, we're
I know,
not,
I know.
that's not a euphemism. You hugged them. You harlot.
Oh, okay. So Charlie has left the chat. It is okay.
Okay. Delightful. So I am going to say that this is a moment where we can call this a possible link. So not only are you asking
Ooh.
about like the actual experience of Adam, because this is like, you seemed dissatisfied. That's a possibility for you to make a connection. You don't have to accept it, but links are good. They can do things like allow you to absorb damage, etc. So it's only if you accept it though. And Adam, you are an enigma, so it's kind of up to you as to whether this is something or not.
Um, hmm. I wasn't expecting this particular interaction, so I hadn't thought about how that would go between our characters. Um,
Yeah.
Get me out of
So
left field. Let's see.
So actually, let me give you a second to talk about it, and like, especially because hey, if you're watching, Girl by Moonlight is a relatively new system, and it's pretty new to all of us. And by that I mean it's new to all of us.
Yeah,
So
completely
make a
new.
connection. Normally this happens during downtime. We will get a chance to kind of do that coming up. We're about to make an obligation roll, but and start that phase of play. But making a connection where you have another protagonist that you do something together. It's something that the other character would appreciate, but it has to get at getting to know them like as they actually are, and not strictly as like their mundane self the way that it's put out. Now you can roll, like we can roll for this as to what, like how much of a link it comes to, but if your character would appreciate this, so Adam, you kind of get to control, or Tammy as Adam, you get to control the like whether or not this has more success. So links are helpful for helping you like recover and eliminate stress later on. If it's something that Adam appreciates in this moment, you get an extra die roll. Okay. So you're gonna roll for some kind of action. So that might be like express or forgive, or probably not forgive in this case, but you get an extra one dependent upon whether or not it's something that Adam is also sort of reciprocating in the connection. And then if you get a success, you get a link. You get an extra one if you get a critical success. So
So I'm looking at it right now where, yes, I'm willing to have a conversation, but no, it's not going to go too deep because, yes, I am the enigma, and I know what I'm hiding.
yeah,
So
that makes
I
sense
could
to me.
either do it as an express or a conceal, where I'm
Well, you're
expressing the
not. So
things.
actually, you don't choose that one. That would be Kairos is going to choose the what action. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm like, if you're taking the link, then like you both could roll, but you don't have like she's the one doing the.
Okay.
So Kairos probably empathize would be my
yep.
assumption. But if you want to make an argument for something else because you've got like dice in it, feel free.
I feel like, and tell me if this works or not.
Sure.
I feel like, given the system that we work in, having an actual genuine connection with literally anyone about anything is kind of defiant.
Okay.
It's okay if that's a no.
Actually, since Adam is the Enigma playbook, the opposition here is going to be that, like, Adam is trying not to let you in any more than. So I could take Defy for this guy.
Okay.
Defy is anytime you are talking about, like, screwing your courage to the sticking place against opposition.
Okay.
So, like, one of the things is, like, standing up to a bully. In this case, you're talking about, like, trying to get somebody to share something real about themselves despite their like reticence to do so. So like that's a little bit of a stretch, but since you're not getting the bonus on it, I'm gonna go with okay.
Okay.
So you may roll your die for defy.
Okay. So I have 1 mark in defy. Is it 2 plus that 1? And 3. No, just 1. Just
1
1.
die. Mhm.
Got it. Rolling. I'm sorry, I don't know why this dice roller isn't working. No. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Do you want me to roll a die for you?
Yes, please. I apologize.
In fact, I will let you pick or chat can pick. I don't care. I have so many glittery die right now.
Yeah.
So like we have the constellation one.
I would like the constellation, please.
You want the constellation?
I would love the constellation.
I also have the NASA one where it's this like sunrise bit where you can see the different layers of the atmosphere. It's glittery,
like
but it
that.
doesn't show up as well.
Given my avatar name, I kind of have to pick the sunrise one.
I mean, constellation one is also stars, and it's also glittery. So, like, it's up to you. But
let's go constellation. Constellation was the first pick. Yeah,
go with your heart.
Go with my heart.
I don't know if I can get a good one of like the light shining through this, but it is actually translucent, and so all right. Okay, so that is a 3. All right, so you get 2 segments for 2 links that are given.
Okay.
So you get 2 links. Which is nice because that might be useful if you say like get hit by stuff.
And that means I have 2 links specifically with Adam.
So yes, but it's also like 2 links to spend. You can think of it as that way too.
Okay.
Yeah. So on your sheet, and I have where is the time traveler specifically? Yeah. So when you're talking about your links, you've got them like on the left and bottom.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got 2 that you can fill in for and like Adam Eve, Evening Star protagonist.
Okay. And let me just be sure I have this also correct. We are currently playing as our mundane selves. Getting this connection means we are sort of starting to get towards the truth of like who our true selves are, but we don't know that yet. It means that when we are in the dream, we are closer. Is that correct? Got it. Cool.
Okay.
Marking that down.
When we're in the dream, we're closer is going to kind of happen through a set of capricious circumstances, but it is at least a like connection that you have between you that you can use to also help each other or yourself later on.
Okay.
Because the power of friendship is literal in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like all of the thumbs up that just caused.
Ta-da! All right. So, your connection now between Adam and Delia and you for your leisure time, because you don't have an infinite amount of time to go, is like the like burgeoning of like these are like not totally sucky like features of my job / like when our clocks align again. So my question is, Charlotte, other than recognizing what's going on and like clocking Faye,
yeah, just
had
fucking
fun.
grip it, baby.
explosion.
Slop that down,
is.
dude.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have a
dude. Crack
donation
one
that
for the
looks
big
like-
boy.
Thank you. Does it say who?
Yeah.
It might. I can't read it from here. So, Rouge, you are muted, so I cannot tell if you told us who that was.
Andy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Thank you, Andy.
We'll be playing in your game tomorrow. So, Charlotte, whether you choose to like actually engage with is kind of up to you, but you've definitely like clocked from like whether it's like, okay, I have my next marks, I've got like the next people that are coming in, like the advertisement of just sort of being out in public, but it's up to you whether you decide to become part of the group in person.
I don't think that I really do. The only thing that I think Charlotte would do is potentially like slip Kai a business card. Like a in case you need more connection. And that's like literally it.
Cool. Okay.
I don't know if you remember Adam from past encounter, but Adam is like bright red when you walk by Takai.
I think that she will, but I think she's just gonna keep going. Like it's gonna. I think it would cause. There was already a scene that happened here, so not gonna like make more of a scene.
And Charlotte's perceptive enough that I think that like you'll recognize the embarrassment with. So it's like this is not either getting me business or a repeat client.
She's discreet enough in general.
Can we? I'd hate to use this word again since we've used it so many times already.
Is it a tingle?
Could we say that we touched hands and there might have been a little? I'll change it. A little spark. Just a little, like
you and Charlotte.
Yeah. Just a little, and then I hide it.
Do I call that making a connection? I don't know. Like, is Charlotte open to a spark?
That's a great question.
Oh, a twinge?
I think unintentionally, which is actually bad.
Yes.
Oh
man,
yeah.
there's a lot of like actual feeling happening in a very short amount of time here. What is happening? I'm completely overwhelmed, and I just sort of turn to Adam and Delia and I say, I hate being called Kai. Please call me Kairos.
Ooh, vulnerability. What's that? My
goodness. Okay, sorry. They was called. It's don't worry about it. Kairos, it's been great chatting with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to offer this as a link to Delia?
Yes.
So Delia, are you taking this as the olive branch or whatever, like the bid for friendship, the bid for connection that it is?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, all right, if you're both like accepting, all right, you offer basically an extra die. You have to pick the action that you're using for this. So Kai, I'm going to go with this. Can't be a defy because you're not getting opposition. So you got to pick something else. All right. I would go with. I was I would go with express for this. I feel like that by far is the most appropriate. But you do get an extra die in squeaks. What you have in express.
Okay.
And if you get a success, like a critical success, they get a link on their sheet too.
I'm so sorry. I'll pull. Could you roll again? I apologize.
Sure. All right. How many do you have in express?
Oh, 1.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna do both the NASA and the constellation die.
Yes. Sorry. Very excited about that.
Okay. All right. So nice. All right. So you take the better of the two. So you get 3 links that you can mark on your sheet.
Sweet.
Between you and Delia.
So I also mark that I have 3 dots in links with Kairos.
For like links for this one, you'd get an extra if there was a critical success. But yeah, you guys have 3 that you can use between the two of you. It's not like 3 individual yet, but we'll get there if we use them.
Okay. And did the spark happen?
I think that was a no. I feel like that was a
no.
The spark was a no. All right. So in the interest of getting to our next segment, also is getting ready for break. Like, if only because it's going to take me a minute to get out of this thing.
No.
No, I'm not changing. I need to like do the break thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do that.
Get out and get back in, which will take even longer.
So you all have an obligation in your non-mundane lives. you have this calling, this vocation, this mission. It's a very fluffy cat butt. Sorry. Yep. Hi. That squeaks again. The peddler. Yep. Squeaks is excited about the fact that there's so much talking going on, but like none of it's paying attention to her. Brain. So you have this vocation in your non-mundane lives. Your like dream selves that are able to accomplish things that you cannot in the waking world have an obligation, and that is the same for all of you, which is that you are matchmakers. Not of a strictly romantic variety, of the forging human connection. And all of you have clearly identified your target victim, however you want to put it. I hope that would be obvious right now, but like, goodness, do you need to help Faye? Like, lady is a mess.
Oh no, we have to
but
be
she's
nice to
definitely got.
Faye.
You gotta lean into your better selves.
Do I though?
Like her, for all of the things that like clearly she's bought into this collective dream, she has something that she wants that is in the space of human connection. And you can see and feel that deeply, even if it sort of landed in your lap also. Look how pretty she is. Look how pretty.
She's beautiful.
She's actually off like just out of frame for what the actual stream can see. So like,
Oh, that's funny.
we the players can see. There we go.
Yes.
Yes.
And she's like a little bit blurry, sorry, but like, yeah.
Because you got the blur
Okay.
background, of
Because
course.
I got the blur background thing on. She's like just far enough back that it's not going to register her as a thing that needs to be focused on. Though apparently, like the
She
pillow
knows
is
what she's
okay. I don't
doing.
know.
She knows what she's doing.
Playing coy.
Yeah, we set up for this. Faye has this desire that like she's longing for a connection she does not have. And while she might be deeply entrenched in the things that are keeping her from this, you all can recognize that there's at least a potential there. So we are going to go into obligation phase, which means that we're going to do some rolling. Okay. Great. Brain. Okay. So what's going to happen is, I am going to roll a d6 because this game uses all d6s. And we are going to get an idea for how much stress our everyday lives and this emotional experience that was definitely aberrant, how much that's going to have going into when you go home and are able to start actually getting into like your preparation and then into the dream space. Because between obligation, there's going to be some downtime, which is prep, and I am going to let some of that be an actual dream. We'll talk about it when we come back from break. But obligation right now is going to be what's happening to y'all going into how much stress we need to take. So, brain, bringing up the thingy. That's the wrong page. Anyway, I have
We
it
have
in
like
thing.
19 people watching us. This is exciting.
19 people. That's a nice prime number.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I had this bookmarked, and then I flipped because I was looking for something else, and that was terrible. Cool. All right. So we have an obligation of several things right now that has like come up. This was probably mildly traumatic in how weird it was that you had this much like blatant emotion, and then you've kind of forged a new connection. Like, look at y'all.
Wild.
We'd almost be proud if it weren't for the fact that like we don't do that in this world.
We don't do that.
we don't do that here.
We don't do that.
No.
Here. We don't do that. Okay, cool. All right, so we are going to get a sense of whether this is sun, moon, or stars, which is what kind of like stress it's going to place upon you, and then how much it is that it is going to affect you. So when we talk about the sun, moon, stars, we are talking about whether you are having like circumstances or people that have been scary, which might be that like Faye was so out of the ordinary. All right. Moon would be whether you're talking about like the emotional stress of like it broke your heart to witness that poor woman like expounding poetic on her damn houseplant. All right. And like brings about that like sense of despair. Or if we roll for stars, it's whether you have this like social pressure of having to suppress your own emotions and wants, and that like anxiety and panic that comes with the possibility of being discovered. And so we're gonna do, actually let's do this guy. It's got confetti in it.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. So you are in stars. So the obligation right now, and I rolled a 6, so that's sorry, you're gonna get some stress for this. The the obligation, the stress that you are facing right now is that social pressure and the anxiety of being known as different, right? The like that you are not supposed to share with one another. You are not supposed to form another connection in this way. You weren't supposed to perceive about each other just dissatisfaction and the like wants above, and like having to experience Faye and the fallout that might happen for her and for you because you're connected with it. That's where the stress lives right now. Okay? All right. And you're going to mark 4 stress.
What?
Okay.
Which is not great, but some of you have some what's it called? Some links that might help you with this. All right.
Yeah,
we
just
are
have
going
fun.
to
Grip
break.
it,
I
rip
hope
it,
if you want to.
baby.
Ooh, yeah, you
Slop
got
that
the
down,
thingy
dude.
that popped up because I was
Yeah,
ready.
dude, crack one for the big
Thank you.
boy.
Once
Thank
again, still can't
you.
read who that is because it's this big in my things. But hello, thank you.
The
Appreciate.
Woolax.
Oh,
Thank you so
nice.
much.
Thanks,
Thank you, Meredith.
and Seth and Char.
And Seth and Char.
Yeah. Seth, at some point, you and I need to talk about some Lego stuff, by the way. Anyway. And we're back. I know you missed us. We missed you. We are playing In a Maze of Dreams, which is for in the system Girl by Moonlight. We are magical girls. We have just been through the ringer of some awkward emotions, but we have identified the target of our obligation. This crew has a supernatural vocation to create intimate connections between people that do not exist and are not facilitated by society at large, by dreamwalking through people's subconscious, that they have the ability to do through these not quite mundane selves that they are able to embody when they move into dream space. So it is a talent that all of our crew can do, though they might not necessarily be aware of that as a group in the dream space yet. Some of them are, but their mundane selves and their dream selves also, since they are very much not the same people, may not have a connection across. So we're going to find out what happens when we start leaning into this obligation, planning out, prepping, and then taking a dream walk to see what we can do about poor Faye and her houseplant, Ava. Because Ava's beautiful. She's the hostia with the pink and the leaves with this. Yes. So welcome if you are like tuned in. I hope that you stayed with us through the break. If not, we are raising money once again for Extra Life, which benefits the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. My like local hospital is Children's LA. We have people from different regions playing in this game, so we have different hospitals that you are benefiting if you donate to our individual page versus if you donate to the like team page or LFTA through the links in stream. But all of it is good, and we appreciate it a lot. certain people have also individual incentives for choosing to donate certain amounts. If you were to like, for instance, to donate to Tracy specifically, you might result in a costume change, or apparently the 10-minute version of a Taylor Swift song.
All too well.
All too well. Thank you. I was having trouble coming up with the name. Like, Claire may compose a haiku for you. She's already had to do this at a particularly embarrassing time today.
I did offer it to the last donation and they declined, but that is a spare haiku in case anybody would like one.
It was so well chosen, the timing for that in the first part of our game tonight. Y'all let me go pretty far with that one, but you know, Tammy knew when to let us go fade to black to leave some elegance in our imaginations for this one.
Very important. If you donate to Victoria's, she will wear the shark hood.
That's true. I am in a like shark onesie. It has the tail, which, hold on, nope, that's not the tail. That's the fin. This is the tail. This is the tail.
Let me just feel around back here.
Yeah, like,
You're just grouping yourself right now, grabbing your tail in front of everyone.
Yep. The, you know, that could, like, you know, you want to donate some money for the tail shaking, I will happily oblige. I live but to serve.
Get a little shark shimmy action up in this.
It is quite warm, but I think part of that is because I've been like nervous and doing, but whatever, we'll see how we go.
You've been shimmying with that tail. We understand.
I've been making super embarrassing stuff happen as storyteller for our game. So we have done a sort of thorough setup of what is going to happen. Now the crew gets ready for how they have to take action in this other world space. So the rules are different. The layout of life is different. The sensations are different. One of the things with this system is that the entire group does a lot of world building together of things that shape what our dream looks like. This antagonist that we're going up against is bigger than just a single individual. Faye is a symptom of this larger societal problem that is this all-encompassing single dream brought on by a half-forgotten song and perpetuated by the hopes and desires that are driving these people in a place where it is unsafe to be intimate or to be real and vulnerable and authentic. And, you know, as much as she is special, she is a symptom, and she's also a crisis. Like, my goodness, she's only 14 promotion levels away from the possibility of, and
I kept being curious about that. How delusional is she to think that 14?
So in the play stupid games, like win stupid prizes nature of this world, that might be not that far away. It might be completely impossible. Like, the idea of that you actually know what contributes to somebody being promoted is almost like it might as well be a like spinning a wheel.
What level is Faye at right now as a general idea of like how far she's already climbed that ladder to get out of the barrel of crabs?
Because I definitely had this figured out ahead of time. She's definitely at level.
Give me a percentage of like how far she's to her goal.
38% there.
Oh, that is less than I expected.
Enough to be tantalizing that it's a possibility, but it's definitely not so far along that she can count this as a certainty
done deal
by any measure. And it definitely wouldn't happen soon. And you know, or at least like peripherally, you know that in this society, you're talking about like the ability to be a parent isn't so much about actually raising a child. So you know that her like real dream for this is even more of a like unattainable for most people dream, because what she's talking about doing isn't just like donating her genetic material to create the next generation, but she actually wants to be involved in raising it. And that's even more of a privilege than it is to just create new life. Like, this is a thing that I've thought about. So like, we're going to rhapsodize for a minute. Like, y'all are in a like society that has like, much of medicine advanced in such a way that your like ability to create children, to safely engage in sex of different kinds, etc., is like kind of a done deal. This is something that makes it like convenient for people, but you also don't have the same worry about accidentally conceiving a child, because that would be such a strain on resource. So the ability for someone to donate to create new life is a privilege, but it's also out of your hands. Like, that doesn't mean that you're creating a new life with another body and donor, as it is that your genetic information is being used to create a baby in a lab. So the idea that you would be involved in the raising of children, other than like the peripheral jobs that are involved in childcare, which unsurprisingly, given that intimacy is a problem, are probably not prestigious, totally different than our world, right? That most people don't have contact with young people until they get to be of age that they're useful to like a corporate world, right? Or to be used as labor. So this is a pretty wild wish that she managed to express while out and about, celebrating a promotion that gets her a little bit closer to a goal that may or may not ever happen. And whether that's a realistic dream or not is something that she couldn't even reasonably predict, nor could you, within the system that exists as it is now. So breaking that system would mean that, as terrible or as bought in as Faye might be, the thing that she really wants, maybe that can only happen if stuff starts falling down. Or burning to the ground. Anyway.
Hey!
So, what we're going to do now that we have some idea of what obligation has done, this was a stressful set of circumstances. You all know that the attention that is paid upon you by the things that keep this system in place, because it's this all-encompassing dream, you are aware of, now that you have the ability to walk, and at least for one of you from a more like intimate standpoint, you know that there are also enforcers of society on the unconscious level. The attention that is now going to be paid to you just by interacting in this space with someone whose wants are outside of the norm, and that you chose to be involved in, and then maybe made a connection past that. This was a risky endeavor on most of your parts. Like, Charlotte kept herself apart, at least for now. But Charlotte's already a bit of a target of the scrutiny of what happens in the unconscious anyhow. So, as we go from identifying Faye as the dream that you are going to walk into, you have to get ready to actually do that. So, everyone, as your rest and hygiene and care, like, block of time appears, you head to your apartment, in the respective buildings in which you live. Everybody gets a basic something. How big or how permanent, etc., yours is depends on where you are in this completely nonsensical career ladder that everybody is a part of, whether they chose it or not. It's small enough that most of your things have to like come out of cubbies or be folded down, or for anything for you to do within your own personal space. You find that you basically never eat at home because you don't really have either the space or ability to do that with what you own. Like, this is a space for...
It is New York.
It is taking care of yourself in a, like, what you can do in private That's about what you got. And how luxurious or convenient that is. Like, your ability to say, like, shower in your own apartment might mean that you have to put the bed away. The like, can you have a like comfortable sitting surface that is not your bed? Maybe, maybe not. And whether that all needs to fold up and go back for you to actually exit, right, rather than say like climbing yourself out of there, also depends on where you are in the relative ladder. I would say that for all of you, probably the best outfitted spaces are probably Charlotte and Kairos, but it's not by magnitudes more than the others. And like, Delia might have the least outfitted, but same thing. It's not like so far below that it would be unrecognizable. Inviting someone else into your space is relatively strange for more than, say, a very temporary connection. And because most things are so like modular and interchangeable and not really personalized unless you're spending tons of money, it's almost like you'd never really be able to get back to the place where you'd been, even if you had spent the night in someone else's apartment. And it is chock-a-block all the way up in these looming spires. Your tiny little window to the outside, when you don't have the various shades that can come down digitally, the screens that can overlay, just kind of shows you the lights outside from what's happening in the next commercial center a block over. Yeah. So as you go back to your own space and prepare to enter the dreamland, does anyone have a routine or a way of preparing themselves to sleep, to walk, the things that you're thinking about that you like, okay, this is what I'm doing tonight? What's the what's the rituals? Who has the footy pajamas on? Like,
No, it's skincare for me.
In a way, it is for me too, because Adam is meticulous about shaving every single inch of their body, not just morning and also evening. They absolutely abhor body hair.
got it. I'm gonna go with like the one of the possible advantages is that like laser is absolutely a thing that's, but whether that's completely attainable for you on the basis of expense.
Mine is going to be sound baths. Like, I know it's very old fashioned, but I have one of those singing bowls and I turn on the ambient noise, little chimes and like wind. And it's nice. It's just relaxing.
Yeah, I think for me, what I was thinking is like I would go in and like, touch when you touch your face and like remind yourself and ground yourself, and this is my physical space.
One other thing I would have done on the way into the building, I would have stopped just long enough to be looking up at the sky and giving a private prayer up to one particular star that stands out.
For me, I think at the end of the day, it's like where I want to touch base with what I want in my body and where I am in my body, as opposed to any other remnants that might have felt untrue to it.
Charlotte, do you talk to yourself?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, well, during this ritual, I actually sing to myself, but yeah.
This is Sprite. Yep, we're just walking by. Okay.
Still cat sighting.
Totally.
Maybe she'll come back. She does have a like really fantastic mustache. Just saying.
It's that cat.
I occasionally call her Frida Chip for this reason, but it didn't stick. So, like, yeah. To be fair, the thing that she like responds the most to at this point is Sneak Thief. So, yeah, she earns it. Yeah, you eat everything I don't pin down. All of the human food. Doesn't like cat wet food, but will she steal like a sweet potato covered in gochujang? Yes. Okay. It's a what? Okay, so as you're completing these rituals and getting ready to dream, your ability to like sleep when you need to and when you want to. Some of it's you're exhausted. The ability to like limit the blue light exposure of the different screens and things has been something that's been worked out a little bit better. So like your circadian rhythm is absolutely fucked up. But the like ability to shut off when you're on schedule isn't completely impossible in the way that it probably like should be. You also have a like panoply of options that are readily available for you to like you've got the patches, the under the tongue strips, the like little like gummy treats that will also like get you the perfect no hangover fall into rest. So
Woohoo!
however it is that you need
Wouldn't
to,
that be great?
you know,
I'm a fan of the oil that you drop into a nice cozy beverage and you mix up, and you can't taste it at all. It's just hot chocolate.
yeah.
It's nice.
The variety of ways is almost so like it would be the equivalent of like picking out your favorite brand of like soda. The this is so very normal because in order to maintain your schedule in such a way that you are like awake and functional at the time that you need to be means that you need to be able to kind of like call rest whenever you feel like it. And be able to be up and raring to go in 7.5 hours later. And then, well, the bright side is you're not going very far, so like your commute's pretty great. Uh, so as you get ready for sleep, you know that when you fall into unconsciousness, that also the dream is pretty instantaneous. This would have been from before and after you learned how to walk between minds or between unconscious spaces that you occupy. That this space that you enter looks different for every person or every dream, that they're not always having the same exact images, but the feel and the flavor is exactly the same. When people fall into dream, they are dreaming about the hopes and desires of the things that they want that contribute to this culture of possession and of status and of comparison with others, that the things that they're going to be dreaming about when they dream is the wish list of items that they currently desire. Maybe they're dreaming about that, vacation time they have coming up where they're going to be taking pictures of all of the like meals that they eat and broadcasting that to whoever will possibly pay attention, or the like single feel of grass upon their feet that then they will immediately put back into, fuzzy slippers and shoes. But the wish fulfillment of dreams happens for everybody and happens um, like in a different flavor but kind of the same way. So you'll recognize that for any dream space. Yours is a little different. You still experience the stepping into the dream, and the immediate instinct is for your like hopes and desires to be expressed. But yours are not quite the same as most dreams. That your space is also a little bit less frenetic and quieter, even in just the background subconscious feeling. You are able to experience some of the sensations of the world while you are dreaming that otherwise would not happen. The sense of actually touching or tasting or smelling is something that you can tap into that helps you to uh, experience this altered consciousness and be able to take control of it with some lucidity. All right, so we're gonna go into dream. Does anyone want to go first in terms of describing like how not your avatar, because no one is transcended, but what it is in dream that you look like, or what are you experiencing in your like sort of landing pad of the unconscious realm.
Do we want me to go first or last?
Whoever wants to go. I mean, I can just call on you guys too, but Tracy went first last time, so I'm letting her beg off to let somebody else do it.
I'll go.
Okay.
Mine isn't so much like the wish fulfillment of things that I can get so much as it is space. I am in a clearing. It is just an open space, flat sort of hills seen in the distance, and I get to just sort of lift off the ground and float upwards and get carried around by the wind until I'm in the clouds. And I just stay there for a long time and look at everything, and it's beautiful. So that's at least a nice spot where I can start. I might notice things that are interesting that I can come back down to. But in terms of like where I start each dream, I like to start it with open space and freedom.
And the transience of that feeling of like wind and cloud and is also not a common sensation for most people's dreams. So that would already be strange.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. And what does Kairos look like in this different space?
Is Kairos the same as? Yeah. Okay, so I just want to double check to be sure.
So your true name comes into place in the dream world. You're not transcended into your avatar, but you are a little bit closer to the reality of who you are on the inside. So you do not appear as you appear in the waking world in dream. It can be close if that's like what you were envisioning for your character, but for like you're Aurora now.
I'm Aurora. Okay, good. Aurora is elegant and smooth and graceful and has very, very long hair, just sort of blowing in the wind, always out of her face. And she is wearing a very slinky gown made entirely of navy sparkles, like little stars.
Cool. Okay. Floating in the clouds. All right. Who wants to go next? Or shall I just pick you?
I can do it. Why not?
Okay.
We're going to both find out at the same time. Hope y'all are ready.
Okay.
So Callie, I assume is what we're speaking of now. Is going to, after the skincare routine, slip into bed and start fading away into this place where she becomes even more tranquil is not quite the right word, but like at peace and even, right? There's a lot. I sound like such a Libra right now. There's this place where you want to find the strength and vulnerability and like be all of these great contradictory things in one person. And this is one step closer to that for her. There's not this, there's not as much this feeling of I should be anything because it's a bit more balanced. So in that visually, I do imagine her in like velvet, something softer, but still structured, which is like very Tracy, I know. And I think that visually, like what she is seeing and experiencing is like, whatever. It's like summer rain where it's like the perfect temperature and it smells refreshing somehow, even if you haven't been there when it rained.
Okay. All right. Also a very like transient state. Um, y'all both picked not quite like liminal spaces, but things that are existing in flux for your space. Okay. Rouge or Tammy?
I'll go.
Great.
So, uh, Adam does a little bit of journaling after first getting into bed, writing down their thoughts from the day. They hide it at the bottom of their drawer, way buried under everything. And then when they lay down to go into the dream, they open their eyes and they're in a canopy bed in a relatively lush bedroom space. They proceed to walk in to a walk-in closet with a mirror in the back, and they look at the true self that they've always really wanted and has never quite been available to them. They're now looking at their true self that they know is Eve. And Eve is looking back. She's taller. She's not built, but like actually proportional to body as opposed to being frail looking. Uh, Nothing exaggerated, just a very attractive individual. Uh, the only things that match between Adam and Eve are a set of piercing blue-green eyes and the same hair color. So only paying full attention would you see the same person. They go through, select what they feel like they're going to wear today, selecting a lovely blue dress, and proceed to then put themselves together before realizing the thing they really want is to be able to share who they are with other people, and the dream is empty of that.
Thank you. All right. Rouge, how does Delia experience being in the dream world?
So I think for Delia, this is actually still extremely overwhelming because this is
Pretty
new.
new. Yeah.
And I think she still isn't completely sure that this is different from her normal dreaming. Since I'm going to say up until now, she hasn't run into anyone else who is actually aware in this dream world. And so she doesn't know for sure that this is 100% different from normal dreaming cycle. But for the moment, she looks pretty similar to herself in the real world, possibly because her own imagination just isn't that big yet as far as this goes. So she's mostly just seeing this as still an extension of her.
Mm-hmm.
Like things probably look a little bit more cleaned up, idealized, maybe just as far as like nothing out of place, all very like
your bangs always hang the right way in the dream.
exactly. But otherwise it really just kind of looks like her in her real life right now still.
Cool. Okay, so when we talked about world building with this, and we talked about what the like why we wander and the dream, like how it feels. So we're in this obligation phase. We're really heading into what is kind of downtime because we're talking about planning out what we're going to do next. The reason that you started dream walking is because, well, for 3/4 of you, is because of this desire to help those that society has forsaken. So you want to understand the waking lives better, and the like the broader way of doing that includes this empathetic instinct to recognize a person in want of connection. And sorry, that sounded like a Jane Austen novel. Sorry, a person in need of intimacy and the human connection in their life. 10,000 pounds a year. But the thank you. But that calls to you in a way that you know that you need to help if you can. So we have to hide this passion from and the emotionality to rather than risk being one the inability to dreamwalk anymore, but also sort of be discovered in the waking world. But and this impulse for the dream to have you shed your body and give in to the hopes and desires. So the other sort of fear is not coming out of the dream, and not necessarily because it's a terrible place, but because you'd lose that sense of self that allows you to go back into the mundane world, even if that's not the greatest of places or situations. It is unfortunately still reality. So this vector that you have to be able to travel between dreams is this half-forgotten song. And your way of learning how to move between dreams came with an experience of this music. And we we came up with the idea of using something that everybody might be somewhat familiar with when we're talking about the song to use. So I'm not going to make. Well, actually, I might make Tracy sing it. But we also have a somewhat celestial theme going on. So it's the "When You Wish Upon a Star" is our song that leads us into this ability to dream. Okay, and Rouge is getting caffeine, which is, fine, because now we're talking about sleeping. When the hopes that you have for the broader world is one of the vectors that allows you to enter the stream space. But the way that you move between also comes into place of a sensation that you are able to clue into. So we talked about the sound of chimes, or the things that in a normal dream you would experience and your brain instantly interprets what's going on rather than actually experiencing the sensation itself. Everybody knows that in the dream world, you try and pinch yourself and you're not gonna feel it, right? But your ability to clue into the sensation that should be there allows you to peel back a layer and to go from your dream into someone else's. So everyone is going to take this space that is within your own unconscious world and find a way to lift a layer and go traveling to Fae. So we'll leave Rouge for last again because they're caffeinating. But so Kairos, now Aurora, what is the sensation that you use to duck out of your dream and into another?
Tell me if it's okay. So I can imagine anything, even if it's not physically possible for it to happen.
I mean, yeah, it's a dream space. You just described to us what your dream was, so
Yeah.
it's it would exist theoretically in the space that you just described. So yeah.
Okay. I would like.
So
I'm going to go for a literal grounding. I know this is a little tongue in cheek, but my dress has pockets. And I am going to pull out a very smooth little river rock and sort of touch it to my arm. And that'll literally sort of get me to ground myself. And maybe I'll start to see um, on the horizon where it is that I'm supposed to be heading towards as I come
Okay.
down.
This feel of this river rock on your arm, like as you make that conscious transition, you also feel, you said your feet are bare, right? Did I
Yes,
make that up? Okay.
you did, but it's true.
Okay.
Yes,
Never mind.
that is accurate.
All right. Your feet are bare now. uh, so you also feel this like smooth stone sensation on the bottoms of your feet. So as you're walking towards that horizon with the change, you feel the smooth, like almost like sanded, too smooth to be natural. Like river rocks still feel different from one another, and this feels almost like it's becoming like the what you would feel on the bottom of an aquarium
Okay.
or
Yeah.
on your feet. And what you feel as you step forward is the sensation of water up to about like your, like just below your knee, and those very artificially smooth stones, almost like they're made out of like glass.
Hmm.
And as you step forward, you're in a like wading pool in a like really bright sunny courtyard in a space that it was not your dream.
Okay.
Okay. So Tracy or Tammy, who wants to go?
I've got something if you.
All right. So Eve, what do you feel that takes you into another dream?
So after I'm completely put together and I'm ready to move out into the next space, it's actually walking back. I'm sorry, I moved the mic too far away again.
Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I heard you, and then it got funky.
Yeah, it was a little too far away. Are we better now?
Yes, better.
Okay,
You're
excellent.
still low, but much better. Yes.
Well, I can't fix any more than that. I've got it
Yeah.
like couple inches from my face. Um, so once she's assembled to the point that she's happy with her appearance, Eve walks back into her closet, and there is a very plush carpet runner that goes back to the mirror in the back of the closet. There's a combination of the feeling of the plush carpet under the feet, as well as when getting to the mirror. There is a connection moment and reaching out to the mirror, touching the mirror, it ripples under my fingers and allows it to open for me to step through.
Cool. So the carpet feel, that's like soft like sensation of like, and I'll let the I'm gonna use it again, tickle along the bottom of your feet. It's okay, not tingle, I said tickle. But it's the touching the mirror that does it, as you like feel there's almost like a coolness stepping through that like silvered glass onto the other side. And you find that you're stepping through this very large paned window, like a single sheet of glass, no mullions, nothing, that has a view out onto this like huge, expansive, like conifer forest and clouds, and maybe even like mountain in the background. But like it's almost like an entire wall of glass. And as like you become aware, you're in this just like massive space that opens behind you with these like open doors onto like sunny outdoor space.
I'm now come out of the closet.
Um, all
You're all
right.
welcome.
Calliope or Callie right now. What do you feel? What allows you to transition between this dream of yours into a dream of another?
So I don't think I've ever driven a car, and I don't really think that's something we do. But I think there's this, summer rain and the smell, and then there's this car, and it sounds insane because I've never driven one, and I don't really know how I would even do that, but it's a dream. So I open the door and I sit down, and I have heard the term adjust your mirrors. It is now like an idiom that we don't know where it came from. Like hang up the phone. Kids don't know what that means
Mm-hmm.
nowadays.
Love it. You've
So
definitely done the holodeck drive a car experience. Like,
right,
you didn't
yeah.
have to
But so
do
I
anything,
like
but like,
to adjust my mirror, and I see totally in what should be behind me, but that's actually what I'm going toward.
Okay. Um, the the looking at yourself in the mirror. So you see, like you see your face, your eyes in the mirror as well. And that like moment where you're looking at your face causes the like reality to shift around you, where your views swap. So what you had been seeing in the rear view mirror of the car was this very minimalist, like white, almost like like too bright combination of sunlight and indoor lights, interior space, very little like furniture or but like these like billowing sheer curtains over a gigantic wall of glass, and the sensation of the wind from outside from these open doors, and just this like absurdly large living space. That when you catch yourself in the mirror, what flips then is that your rearview mirror is looking back into your dream, and that you are seated on a very plush, like leather and steel, like almost architectural chair, fainting couch thing. It probably has like a name, or but it's one of those like it's so particular in design elements that it doesn't have a particular function. It is all of the functions. Um, and you're seated on that in this interior space, just like feeling that the warmth of the sunshine from outside, and a little bit of the air coming in from the open doors to the courtyard behind you. All right. And then Rouge is going to do the same thing when they come back, and it's going to be a little bit of a rude awakening for our Delia in this, because Delia is not as smooth yet as all of y'all. But the Callie and Eve, as you come to awareness in this space, you've got two things that you're going to become aware of. One is Faye is here, looking out of this like gigantic window wall, dressed in just the most like elaborately draped. It's still pretty elegant, but uh like clearly a direct, I have seen this thing before, I am wearing it in my dream, and it's got some designer whatever name attached to it for certain. Like, you know, hair is perfectly coiled and waved in the style that is, you know, seemingly everywhere. Uh, you know, tasteful makeup, but still like fully made up. And holding uh, in her hands her plant, in front of this giant window with perfect indirect sunlight. Um, and you also become aware of each other's presence. Now, for both of you and for her, it's clear that Faye doesn't recognize you're here yet. If possibly at all, you have the ability to kind of see whether that's gonna be a thing. And then, but like the recognition of one another in the space, along with Faye. We'll go with our Aurora that is not fully transcended yet outside in the courtyard and the fountain. You can see like inside, once again, you're not like you don't see yet Callie or Eve, if possibly at all, but you can see where like Faye's outline is in front of the window because the doors are open to this like very bright sunny courtyard with its like perfectly manicured plants. The water feature you are standing in has a fountain like that's like, you know, elegantly bubbling up like little like they're almost doing the like Vegas fountain thing with like ostentatious but still sort of tasteful because it's minimalist. Yeah. All right.
Could I, since there's like middle names or like in between names, could I have my not fully transcended one be Cora?
Sure.
Sure. I'm sorry. I know that's a little silly.
It's fine.
Yeah.
The whether that's going to be shared with other people is also kind of up to you. So like we'll
Okay.
see how that goes. All right. So Delia, you're in your own dream to dream walk. You have to experience the sensation of something that allows you to like actually feel something in the dream, and that causes you to walk to another. Your process is not smooth yet. So, what is it in your dream space that you experience that allows you to like literally stumble into somebody else's dream?
I think it's the age-old feeling of falling. Just literally just the jerkiest possible way to experience something that's like that feeling of like things are not right. And normally it's the sort of thing that like wakes you
Wakes you
up.
up? Yep.
But instead, in this case, it jolts me into the next dream. And
That's
it's not graceful
perfect.
and it's not pretty. It just is that weird feeling of you take a step and the step that you're supposed to be taking is missing. And then you literally have that falling stumble sensation into your next dream.
You're gonna land on this like perfectly clean, like almost polished to a shine floor inside this space. And you're close enough to Faye when you land that it is going to like come a little bit of to her awareness that there might be something else going on. So you're going to have to act quickly if you do not want to be perceived.
As established, I don't know that Delia yet understands she's actually walking into other people's dreams.
Okay,
So as far as
but
she knows, she's
in
seeing
their own dream,
Faye
yeah.
in her dream
Mhm.
because she just had that whole very memorable interaction observing Faye tonight.
Makes sense you'd be dreaming about that. That's got to be randomly firing about your subconscious.
So she's not going to act fast at all. She's just going to be like, oh, it's you.
Faye's going to like turn, holding her plant to her chest. What the fuck are you doing here?
What?
I don't want you. And she's going to be very confused by this, like, wait a minute. This isn't like so if I had ordered from a menu, this was not the thing that I ordered. It's the same tone of voice that she's just been delivered like mac and cheese when she got ordered a burger. Like,
wait,
that's not right.
Sorry, I'll walk away.
But like, why are you here? Like, I didn't ask for this.
Why? What? I'm sorry. What does it matter what you are? Why does it matter what you're asking for?
Excuse me, because like I get this is where I get what I want, and I most certainly did not like. That's a little bit outside of the like. Did we?
Uh,
And she's gonna be like holding like Ava like somewhat protectively off to the side.
Delia
Like,
is suddenly going to start looking around and realizing she's in a space that is relatively well thought out and not something
it's
she
very well appointed.
recognizes
Yep.
at all. And that this feels unfamiliar, which dreams shouldn't.
And you have like all of you have experienced at least some degree of like lucid dreaming before. It happens, even before you were able to like walk. So the awareness of I'm in a dream usually allows you to be able to have some control over what's going on, even if it
And
is
Faye
only
is
to yourself.
uncontrollable.
Mm-hmm. The
Sorry, I'll be leaving now? And she's just gonna like
I mean, you're
start backing away.
So I
you're here
think
for a go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that Harmony is gonna be. It's too awkward. I can't handle it. I think she's gonna see this opportunity and yeah, try and oh, interesting. I might be reading my character sheet at the moment. Don't pay me any mind. No, so I think that she's going to step into this moment and say, "Well, what do you want, Faye?"
And
In
she's
her
going
most ethereal
to
moment.
absolutely like jump like 4 feet in the air with the revelation of another thing that she did not like wish for in this space, and like switch where she's holding the plant to like also like same thing, like kind of like pull it back from you and be like, that okay, it makes a little bit more of a sense that you would be here, but like this is not what I asked for. This is not what I asked for.
But is it what you want?
I mean, no, probably not. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of steps between you showing up and I don't know what you mean. I have what I want. Look around. And like as she gestures, there's going to be things that like appear in the dream space. So like the like there's going to be like a wall with one of those like glass and steel gleaming fireplaces that's like has no real function at all except to like look really pretty, and a like
I like those.
yeah, they're very nice. And like a like massive like round platform bed the size of like an Alaska king whatever, like with like draping satin sheets and like the like the outside space with the big glass window to like overlooking the forest is now also going to have a balcony. Like as she gestures, more of it starts popping up of all of these like, and at the like for this era in time, it's almost a like vestigial or antique sense of like the signaling of wealth and status, and like these things would not be readily available in your day-to-day experience, but they're definitely a thing that like you might have seen in like a spread from a magazine back in the 2040s, blah blah, like in the grandpa's days. The like all of those signals of just the impossible kind of wealth that you can only acquire through like extreme generational ridiculous, or I don't know, the lottery. Um, and like as she says it, they almost like just like scope into being. Like all a little like just perfect enough to be clearly not reality. like not a ripple on those sheets, not in place. Like the fire is crackling and lovely, but like you can't actually hear it. It makes no heat. It's just, yeah. This is not what I asked for. And she's gonna like back a little bit away from you, but also like be keeping her eye on Delia. So, anybody else doing a thing?
Eve is observing right now. As much as she wants connection in this, she's also very nervous about trying to make it.
Sure. As you are like then attempting to stay outside of recognition, I'm assuming like may or may not matter if Callie can like see you at this point. Could I have you roll to conceal though, please?
Certainly. 5.
Okay, cool. All right. So is it okay if like as these things are popping up and you're managing to like dodge out of way or be like in between or beside and like, you know, the like space that is like, you know, does Callie perceive you?
I'm perfectly willing to let that happen, especially since with the everything shifting, there's probably a pretty good chance the balcony I was standing on at some point morphed into something else and I had to make a leap from one to the other.
Sure. Okay. So Callie, you can roll to perceive since it's a 5. But you don't need like a 6 to see Eve.
What do I roll if I don't got none in it?
If you don't, go ahead.
Nice, keep the lower.
Yeah.
Did you say
It's at
essentially
disadvantage.
advantage?
2
Okay.
dice take below.
That's cruel. I got a 6 and a 1.
Oh.
Yeah, you do not like your focus is on Faye and also possibly on Delia. Because Delia also looks hella out of place.
Delia is out of place and I don't get it yet, but Faye is why I'm here. So
yes.
That's my focus.
Yes. Okay. All right. Cora, you doing anything?
Yeah, I hear some voices inside. I am thinking to myself, all right, I have my larger goals of what I want to do, but it's time to go to work. And so I flick my feet through the I sit on the edge of the fountain and I flick my feet through the water and I'm like, okay, who should be Faye's friend? I'm gonna run through my mind like, who should she be friends with? It is time to like figure out who she can have a connection with. And I am not trying to hide. I'm not trying to conceal myself. I am just collecting myself outside for a minute while I sort of run through the roster of like, I'm not sure what.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said the usual suspects.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's going to be one of us. So far in the dream, I only know Calliope. So I don't know the other 2 people in dream, although some aside stuff. But I'm trying to think if there's any way to connect Faye in the real world to someone else in the real world.
Okay. Do you want to make a roll for that, or are you just like?
Yes, I'd love to. Okay. Let's do. Is that analyze? Do you think?
So analyze is to see something, like the beyond the surface presentation of, so like discovering secrets. And so I don't know if like you're not talking about finding like who Faye wants to be their soulmate, or like that's a different situation. If you're talking about like, who am I thinking about that might be a good fit for? I'd imagine that empathize is probably the closest one for this one.
I have no.
Unless you want to like literally perceive like who have I seen around Faye.
Yeah, no, I don't have any die in empathize.
Unfortunately,
I can still roll it, like just a 1.
You
And
roll
also,
2
there can
die.
be assisting, and you can
Yes.
stress
You can
yourself to
use a
add
link.
extra dice as well.
Yep. You can use a link or you can add stress in order to give yourself some die in it.
No, I'll just go with the 2. That sounds good. All right, I got 2 4s.
Okay. All right. So in thinking about who might be a good fit for Faye, you have some like thoughts about the people that you know are on the same like cycle of the routine and rotation. And it's like, all right, like we definitely had all of these people like meet and hang out with. You don't have a good understanding of like whether or not any of those people are open to the idea of actually having like an intimate connection with somebody else. But in terms of like, yeah, you can think of people that you might be able to like bodily throw together, see if like that's a possibility. You are also aware of like beyond that, some of those having been on your watch list.
Okay. Wait, what do you mean by watch list?
You're a reformed conspirator.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah. The, so the like narrowing it to who you might set her up with as a matchmaker, you have a like basically like a 2-step narrowed down process that like there's some individuals like, you know, whether you don't know Faye's particular taste, but you know there's a couple of at
Okay.
least, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's right. Okay.
I am thinking of uh
I mean, I can give you NPC names or whatever, but like your next step can be guided by this piece of, you know.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Eve, are you going to do anything?
I was looking at my sheet to figure out if there was anything else, and I ran into the gather information section of my character sheet, and feel like this might be just through observing right now, more than it is actively walking in and engaging. But either trying to get a gauge of what does Faye intend to do so that I can react to how she's going to behave from all of this, or what does Faye really want if I'm getting any indications out of it. I'm willing to roll one or the other depending on what feedback we're getting visually here and auditorily from what she's doing.
I love it. I'm okay with either one of those. That kind of depends on whether you're looking for something where you're also kind of analyzing for your threat level in this situation, or whether you're talking about like getting to the solution, because that would be the difference.
Um, I'm going to look at intend to do because I'm still nervous about all of this, and also I want to make sure that if there is trouble, it's not going to end up on Delia. Um,
Okay.
I know she's not really ready for this yet, so to speak.
Yeah. It is your choice then whether you want to consider this. Analyze, I would say empathize is fine, or perceive. Any of those can give you feedback.
You want to know what I've gotten all 3 of them? Oh,
You have like you've got a link. You've got obviously you can uh, choose to still risk.
the other option is I could do a set up a teammate, but I don't know what anybody's about to try to do at this point.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah. So because you have a link, you can also wait until someone else is doing something that you could then help with, right? So that is a thought of, but maybe if you're choosing not to like do the disadvantage roll, then that's fine. Um,
you know
okay.
what? My character is trying to figure it out, and just because they're awkward in social situations and don't know how to interact doesn't mean that they're not going to try and figure it out.
Okay.
Um, So because of that, they're going to be stressed trying to figure it out. And we're going to go ahead
Oh,
and
okay.
be the first one to do the 2 stress to do that.
Okay.
Uh,
Also, that makes sense given that we had like the thing that is acting on you from your obligation was the stars energy. So that like social pressure of, I think, makes perfect sense.
yeah.
And I was doing analyze for that. So yeah, fits right into stars. I got a 5 on my now
Nice.
1 die.
Okay. All right. So
If I didn't do that, it would have been a 1.
some of what is popping up around you as this dream is becoming more like crowded with things, you are recognizing a little bit of um like that, like her subconscious desire not just for the items of like status and possession and opulence and like conformity, that there are some things that are like maybe not immediately like connected, but as you're seeing them pop up in succession, so like the house plant that she's carrying around, the like beloved Ava, the like pattern of the pot that's in changes, and it's gonna be like she like it went from, you know, your sort of standard terracotta like house plant, like, you know, has the pot that it's in now is like these like muted pastels, and like maybe there's even like little duckies on it. The sheets on the bed have that like beautiful like silky like satin feel to them, but there's like a little lamb pillow on the bed. The like fireplace has, but you know, it's beautiful, very aesthetically pleasing and minimalist, but it's also got stockings hanging on it now. The like they weren't immediately there, and now they're starting to pop into your awareness as it's getting more and more populated just with stuff. Like there's a, you know, gigantic like, you know, 12-foot long dining room table made out of steel and glass that's formed with like chairs that do not look comfortable, but goodness are they gorgeous. You know, like the bits and pieces of the food that's popping up along there is all visible, but there's also like one of those plates that has the different sections for food, and it's got like peas and carrots in one bit and like a dinosaur chicken nugget, and yeah.
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 Like there's also like a dish of like beluga caviar in the middle, right? And like a marble charcuterie board and all of, but like, yes.
Well, uh, Eve understands the concept of what she's looking for. Eve also has absolutely no idea how to go about trying to get her that in any way, shape, or form. So she's going to stay where she is for the moment and bank
Okay.
that information and see what else comes up to act
Okay.
on.
So you're not going to be like trying to convey that to somebody else either?
I'm staying in hiding right now,
Okay.
so
Okay.
everyone else is in a different spot, and I don't know that I've seen Cora slash Kairos yet, based
Yeah.
on what we were talking about.
Right. I
So,
don't, yeah. Unless you were specifically looking, I don't know if you would have yet.
yeah.
Um,
So right now, I was staying out of sight of the other ones. I'm observing, ready to take action to help, but not really ready to reveal myself.
okay. Um, so for like Callie and Delia and uh what's it called, Cora, as this is stuff is popping up into existence in the dream, um there's more of a sensation for you all because you can feel it of like the wind picking up. You notice the uh like massive like these like, you know, beautiful gossamer sheer curtains over part of that like giant wall of glass are moving almost more than they probably should be given that there's only one open door. She's clearly agitated, but she's still in this like, I did not ask for this, but what the hell is going on, as opposed to like trying to get you out or whatever, or yeah.
I was gonna say I want to like empathize because I think that Callie is still in this moment of this, like trying to reach out with the what this might not be what you asked for, but this might be what you want. So like tell me what you want.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I have one in it. Do I just roll the one?
Yes.
Come on, baby. 5.
Cool. Okay. So what are you asking her, or what are you like, what do you do? Like, do you hug her? How are you
No,
seeking
because I
to
think that she would be really protective of this plant still. So trying to
okay.
pick up on why she's feeling so attacked in this moment and how I could best sort of ease that.
Cool. So empathize is also about the understanding. So yeah, with 5, the feel that you've got from her protectiveness of this plant, um, the plant is obviously like she's kept alive a living thing in her apartment. That is not an easy task given so like in a way it's one of the items of status for her, but her protectiveness of it isn't just because she's talking about like a thing that she possesses that she's protecting from you all. She feels attached to this plant. Um the like because it is something that she has cared for, and that it has this like she's got for as messed up and as like latent or and nascent as it might be, she has a maternal instinct toward this goddamn plant. um that she is protecting it from things that she did not expect in her dream, and isn't sure what like either your intention is or like why the fuck she's having this experience. But this is like a visceral reaction on her part to this thing that she has nurtured and taken care of, that she's going to protect it in a like it's
So I guess
hers.
yes, but in theory, can I ascertain whether or not she would feel this um like the innate uncomfortableness if the plant was not here? Is she just off put by having her dream being something she didn't expect? Or is it both?
It's both.
Okay.
It's both. um and with that question specifically, um her dream not being what she expected also feels strange to you. The like not just that it's like this is not, you all are not things that she expected to be dreaming of, because like, maybe Callie, but like, as Charlotte, but certainly not like the other presences. um you get a bit of a feel that she feels like she has more control over what's supposed to be in this space.
Okay.
I did not ask for this. And like she's gonna put Ava, the plant, on the like dining table, very, very like in the very, very center of. And she's gonna like say it louder, like not louder, but like, louder. That I did not ask for this.
But we are here.
And I don't know how that can happen. Don't know how that can happen if
Okay.
I
I didn't
feel
want you here. How are you here?
I think that you did want us here. Maybe not this way.
I don't even know. I mean, like, I recognize you, but like, I don't sort of. I mean, you look weird, but like, I don't.
Thank you.
I don't know you. Like, I don't. Like, I barely know them, and she's gonna like point to Delia in the like stumbled, like, but I don't like. I don't feel like I wanted you. No offense, I don't know. Talking to Delia, like,
I think I agree. There has been a very big mistake in me being here. So I think it's best if I just leave and don't have to worry about being intruding anymore, I guess.
Okay. I'm seeing this starting to happen, and the confrontational part of it, and it's the okay, I got to get the heat and attention away, even if I don't necessarily want to do this. But and I'm gonna try and do this in a way not to completely like, oh my god, there's another person immediately like shock coming out of shadows,
mhm.
uh, but also a stepping out with the, are you actually sure that any of this is what you really want, or just what you're thinking you want? Because what I'm seeing says it's not even the plant you're really looking to care for.
Okay, so in your revelation of self, are you going into eclipse? Is the problem?
Hmm.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that one?
So if you are revealing yourself to be put like stepping into attention, are you going into eclipse?
Uh, I still have 3 stress left, so unless
Okay.
this is spending them, the answer is not yet.
So the like eclipse is also if you like I'm sorry, your enigma. No, I take it back because you're not hitting the like also like uh you're not
Yeah,
hitting the emotional like check marks for us to immediately go into eclipse.
no,
Okay.
I'm trying to get somebody else to open up, not to actually share who I am.
Yeah.
In fact,
Okay.
I'm kind of deflecting attention from who I am, even though I'm in the open right
All
now
right.
with the.
But this is definitely an action.
Mhm.
So what are you choosing for
Uh,
uh
I would go with this is more of either express, maybe.
mhm.
I feel like I'm trying to share what I've noticed about her and get her to see it.
Yep, I think I would agree. Okay.
All right. With 2 dice, I rolled a 2. I think I freaked her out.
Yes, you did. All right.
Oh, shit.
The what the flying Newton? I don't know who you are. I don't know you at all. Like this is like you stay away from from my you and she's gonna like pick up the plant and start like walking backwards to
Where's
like
she going?
I doesn't know. She doesn't know why y'all are here. She's absolutely freaked out. And she's gonna start like if before it wasn't quite shouting, now it's definitely gonna be I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. Um as she starts like trying to retreat. Now it's dream space, so her retreating just creates basically the more of like this long room almost becomes a hallway of like infinite perception of like the things that popped up that were like furnishing the space now kind of just extend backwards into this vanishing point of like there are like the same curtains coming through. There's like more of like the chair bits. It's almost like an iteration of something being seen in a mirror reflecting back on itself as it just keeps going backwards now as she starts moving back because it's not reality. It's just that like this idea that she needs to back away is creating almost a tunnel for her to be able to do that. And she got her plant with her.
And Eve is reacting to this with and this is why I don't try and do, yeah, completely embarrassed, like I should never have come into the open. I should never have talked.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm overhearing this outside, and I am. Oh yay! Hello. I truly do not know what to do. I don't know. Like, I hear that there are people inside who are shouting. I'm not sure who the people inside are. I think I hear Callie, but I'm not positive. And it sounds like I just keep hearing Faye say, I didn't want this. I don't want this. And I don't know what we can do. I'm truly at a loss.
So, reminder that your obligation is for this matchmaking. So you had an instinct already, but your like vocation in this space is to find her a connection. And ideally for like to find her the connection that she needs, or that will like build an actual like intimacy with her and another being.
Okay.
If you are just joining us with the raid portion of things, I don't actually know how many people moved in, but like, hey, sorry, I'm not looking at that thing right now, but I saw the thing pop up. So hi, nice to see you. We're playing In a Maze of Dreams. This is from Girl by Moonlight, and we are dreamwalking into the most annoying woman's dreams because she like has a kind of maternal instinct with her houseplant. It's a weird dystopian future that we're talking about, and in order to forge some kind of intimate connection between her and another being, our magical girls need to find a way to connect enough with this misguided soul in order to show her a little bit of the possibilities of human kindness. As a reminder, if you are stuck in the I don't know what to do with this, one of the things that you can do, magical girl, is you can transcend. So you're like stepping into your avatar has consequences, especially yours, because one of the desires of yours is interesting. But you are like, if you are going, I don't know what to do with this, but we're definitely in a place where like this is going sideways real fucking fast.
I think I'd like to transcend.
Okay, so for transcendence, you get four actions that you can take in transcendence before it fails, right? Your abilities in transcendence, in part because you are the time traveler, is that you can kind of one, you can go first if there's ever a question of like what's happening, and you can kind of show up where you need to be. So you can either like trade where you are, step into a place where you're not, but you can instead of something that's happening, like say her advancing backward into forever and getting away from y'all, you can fudge time to be able to put yourself in place.
Okay.
It's one of the things that you can do as clock stopper. But and when you decide what's happening, by the way, you're talking to us about your transformation sequence because we haven't had one yet. Okay.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having extremely severe pain. Here, can we actually take the thing off of me or like, can somebody else? I'm so sorry. I'll be right there.
Yep.
I would like to be able to share what I learned with somebody as far as what I was observing. at this point, very socially awkward and hoping somebody will listen to me. Since Calliope was actually still trying to engage and Delia's been hanging back, Delia, you're also my safe person to approach. So you don't know this yet, but however, the woman in the long blue dress who walked out into the open a moment ago walks up to you and kind of the like, okay, it's okay, one. I know this is weird, but also look around and really pay attention for a second. It's not the plant she wants to hold and protect. She's scared of me.
Uh,
And I point over to like where the tray reappears on the table. It's not about the plant.
oh, okay, but I don't understand what I could do. But I don't have control here. I don't think this
None of
is my
this.
dream.
Sweetie, I hate to break it to you, but you're right. You're not in your dream right now.
Okay, then what am I supposed to do? It's her dream. She should be able to do something to like fix her own dream.
She would if she realized that she could want this bigger thing in a real way. She can't even actually imagine it in the world right now. It's too distant. And she's scared of me. I can't get through.
You know, if you needed to get real heartfelt with her or have her believe in you, you could do those things.
Gonna make me look at my own character sheet. How dare
Yeah,
you?
I was gonna say, I'm okay with like you guys can do whatever you want, but
Yep.
I'm still trying to connect. I'm here for a mission and I know what I need to do. And I am focused on Faye. So if my GM will allow, I want to do pitch perfect, wherein I can soothe the troubled hearts of my foes.
Okay. Okay.
So I just want to take the whole situation down a notch in the most approachable and calm manner.
All right. So you are soothing the troubled heart. What would you? Was this an express? Is this an empathize? The what are we?
Express. I don't want it to be express, but I think it's express because I don't have any dots.
But you get one additional die, so you don't have to do the disadvantage thing for this.
Yeah. All right. So does that mean I just roll one?
Yeah.
I was going to say, is there any way that I'm able to assess?
Okay, so before we go if you wanted to, you have at least one link to use. So if you wanted to help, I believe that you could do this.
I don't think it required a link to do an assist, but however, I'm trying to set up Jen's character right now more so than I was trying to set up Tracy. Tracy was
got
so
it.
far
Different.
ahead.
Okay.
So I'm right now assisting the wrong character on this, but is there any way that I can extend the help on this situation? I don't know that there is, but
so you can spend a link to grant an additional die to an ally's action. So Delia has to do something. If you wanted to give an extra die to Kelly, you could do that.
yeah, I only have the one link, and it's with Kairos, and I'm very much going to need to recover that stress very soon. At
Cool.
least unless I want to fall completely into Eclipse immediately. So
Could I try and do an empathize roll to sort of figure out what it is that this person needs in her dream.
Empathize can do that. If you wanted to like analyze would also, but I think empathize for you might be better. Yeah.
Yes, for me, definitely. So I have 1 dot in it, so I get to roll 3 dice. Is that how this works?
No, if you have 1 dot in it, you roll 1 die.
By the
Oh,
way,
I thought we got 2 automatically. Sorry.
Can I use
If
the?
you
Oh,
don't
crap.
have anything, you roll 2 and you get disadvantage.
wait, I forgot to look at what I
Oh.
actually wrote down instead of what it shows on my thing.
Oh, oops.
I have 2 in Express and a +1. This changes everything.
Okay,
Everything.
Tammy, I can't hear you when they're also talking. So what are you saying? Sorry.
For Jen's role, because she's trying to find information that I just set up. This is definitely my working from the shadows ability, where when you set up another character's action, roll 1 die. I will
Cool.
grant that this isn't super secretive at this point, which it needs to be in the description, but if you'll allow it, I
Yeah,
directly
we're
set up.
we're gonna get things, pardon the pun, rolling. So sure. Okay, so we have express, we have multiple ways that this polyphonic tones, etc., can happen, but also for empathize, so that's 2 die now, because you're granting an extra. Okay. So Delia can roll 2 for empathize.
Yay!
And you take the better.
Yeah, I got a 5
Nice. Okay.
on the die that I got because of the setup. So yeah,
Did what I do.
so you are
making things
trying.
happen.
Sorry, the thing that you wanted to do with empathize was to figure out
What it is
what
she needs, what I could do in this moment to like make this better for her.
she is freaked out that you all are here to one take something away from her. But like that if she's in this place of like granting the hopes and desires, that's like this unintended presence is trying to take away the stuff that she wants. But you can also tell that she is not aware of what she's broadcasting in terms of like when I've been asked about what I really wanted, like it wasn't the stuff, like the things that are being like signaled is this like relationship to, yes, the plant, but like that she knows that she wants, she's just not willing to admit it. Like so in order for her to really like wake up to that, once again, pardon the pun, she needs some like, you know, shake it up a little bit. um, but yeah, so she's afraid of you wanting to take things away because she's definitely not sure why you all are here. But she's not aware of this like thing that she's broadcasting about what she actually like wants.
Say, it's okay.
Girl from
You
the
don't
office.
stay from the office. It's okay.
No, I don't know your name. You're from the office.
That's because I'm not important, right? You don't know my name because you don't know my name. That's why I'm here in a way where you don't know my name, right? Like that's normal because like you saw me today and that's why you're seeing me now, but you didn't learn my name then, so that's why you don't know my name now. So like this is all super normal and super safe and it's super okay because we're just here because that's a really great plan. And we're just here because, like, we all really wanted to tell you how great your plant is and what a great job you're doing raising that plant and how much it's obvious that you're going to be great at raising other plants or things in the future.
Okay. Girl, I don't know.
Girl from the office. That's all you need to call me. That's all I am.
You're not here to mess up my stuff.
No, I'm here to
And
tell you how great your stuff is and how great you are.
and like I do appreciate Ava, so that makes sense. I don't know why I am dreaming about you.
Because you like knowing that people who meet you in passing just want to tell you how great you are. We're all thinking it. That's
That
why.
okay.
That's why it's just random people that you're thinking about telling you how great you are at what you do.
I deserve this.
Yes, exactly.
And I can give her a good life.
Exactly. It's that very nurturing urge that you have that's just so admirable, and what really comes through to these people that like don't mean anything to you, but like you make an impression on them. That's for sure.
Okay, fine. You can stay. But she's going to gesture between her and the plant,
Of course, of course.
are going to be like over here on my awesome balcony,
Of
getting the
course.
right amount of sunlight.
Exactly, because you're a great plant mother.
And the word is just gonna like, you're gonna see like the sheen start to form of like, this was like below her consciousness of like the word that we are applying to this situation. So like she's not crying, we're not there, but like that broke a little bit of something off of the block.
Hmm.
Going over here
Yeah,
now.
yeah, of course.
And like like I still don't know who you are. Like with like Callie, like the don't know what, but if you are not okay, um, this is not how they said this would go. And she's gonna go to like step to the balcony. The window does not have a door. It's just going to like vaguely disappear from a section to let her to step
Totally makes sense.
to this like grand vista of trees, etc. There's going to be a like, the tones of the sky are going to change as she does so, so you'll see the like veil of like sunset colors come across the sky. And like the balcony before was just sort of like the vague suggestion of like a barrier and a floor, and now it actually has like the tones of like a wonderfully worked like hardwood slats, and like kind of a like ski chalet bit to the railing, and like things are popping into more detail. There's like window boxes of little like other unimportant plants along the rails of, but like she's gonna step out there, but it's still like, I don't know what this dream is doing, and this is not what I signed up for. So, Callie, you gonna try and express something?
Well, I was gonna, but I feel like the situation's now been diffused.
So now Delia's gonna turn around and be like,
what is happening?
okay, so if this is her dream, then who are you? You gesturing to like everybody else in the room. Because she
Well,
didn't know you, so I don't think you're part of her dream.
well, we all are now.
That's not an answer. That works when it's like, if this was my dream and I'm just like working on like dream rules, but like this isn't my dream. I'm pretty sure I'm way too aware of what's happening right now, is I think what's happening. And
But in a way, it's your dream and it's my dream. It's her dream.
that's a non-answer.
You heard the cries of somebody who needed help within you. And you answered it, whether you meant to or not. You were here to do what you just did and help somebody see more of themselves.
I can hear you.
Good.
What the fuck? And the revelation of this idea that you're moving between dream, it's not necessarily coming from Faye, but you feel a roll and you feel it, like you feel the sensation of the floor of this very long, like elegant room under your feet, just like a the California bit, like a 2.0 rumble. All right, it's just a nice slow roll, and then it's gone.
If you're hearing what we're saying, you understand that we're here to help. We're here because you need something more than what you're getting. And the dreams that you were promised aren't really what you're looking for. If that needs to be a roll, please let me do. Otherwise, I'm going to have to transcend and do the whole I can do a monologue without interruption part of things. However, I think my transcendence is going to be really, really awkward in this situation, given how it happens. And how
I would say that that's probably an express roll.
I'm giving it another try. I'm not sure about this. Okay, 4 this time.
Okay. I don't. Look, I get it. As much like I want all of this, partly because it's going to get me to, like, I get to want all of the things that I want in life. If I get this, nobody can stop me from wanting what I want, but it's not going to happen this way. So I don't, like, did you just, we just here to make me upset? What is like I might not have, and the tones of the sky outside start turning like a redder.
All right, no, now we're gonna do the pitch perfect, soothe our troubled hearts of our foes. We're gonna express that we're all here. Okay, I'm gonna roll, and then we're gonna see how this lands. Okay, I got 2 5s.
Okay.
So what I'm going to approach is saying, like, we're not here to take anything away from you. We're here to add. We are here for you because we saw that you needed something. We're not taking anything. We're only adding.
you can't give me what I want. Can't happen in this. You can't give me. You can't give me the, like,
You're allowed to want more than one thing, too. There's something that's great underlying all of this, and that's wonderful, but that doesn't mean you don't want other things.
all I want. I want so many things. I want the good sheets. I want the non-flip down bed. I want the like our all of the things that happen in that I have to be lucky for, or I have to earn, or that like the levels that I need to reach in order to do the thing that I want. I can't just wake up and have that happen. It's not
Hutch,
like I take my plant and just say, I want to be.
You are. You're allowed to want what you want. It doesn't have to be in the catalog. You're allowed to want what you want. It's too real.
she's got the plant. She's gonna. It's just us.
Well,
How? How am I supposed to get what I need when it's me and it's this whole. I can't even, like, if I say it and they know it, and then
And it makes it real that they know that you want something that's not there, that
and like you can't just run away.
well, what if instead of running away, you ran to something? You could, there's, even if it's not your plant, there's lots of sprouts that are already here, and they you could always volunteer to be like a gardener for the sprouts that are already around. That's a thing, right? I'm sorry, I've never actually looked into how hard it is to sign up to be a gardener for the sproutlings that are around, but they exist. They've got to be around, and there's programs to like spend time being a nurturing gardener type for the plants, right? The plants is what we're talking about.
I'm sorry. Is she telling me to kidnap a kid?
Oh my God, no.
I think there's some questionable things that are let's get back to this. But
I'm just thinking, isn't there like a big brother, big sister type thing in this like society? Like, I don't know, something.
Julia's like, I don't know, go be a babysitter. Oh,
Yeah. So they like you are like what's the point is to get her to make a connection. So like that's the closest sort of that we've directly gotten of, but she still has to get to the like the I have to work in active defiance of what I have been set up to want and what I, like the other pathway there, which is that you have to achieve all of this success if you can manage it in order to like not just make a child but also like be able to take it out of the same rat race that everybody else is running.
So I've been listening in on all of this, and I still don't think that we've quite gotten there, and I want to use Clock Stopper just so that we could maybe talk it out.
Okay.
So I'd like to transcend.
yay!
All right, magical girl transformation. Okay, obviously the screen viewing area, whatever, is filled with rainbows and lights, and we see like the silhouette of Aurora's form, like blindingly bright, in this dress made out of sparkles. And what is your avatar? What does it look like when you transform?
My avatar is another woman. She has a slightly longer face. She has a longer nose. She has the same flowing hair, but it is several shades darker, like almost black. And she sort of lifts up her arms and she begins to twirl in the air, become blindingly light. And suddenly, the long, slinky gown made of navy stars that she was wearing before becomes a short romper with also
So
made of navy
flirty.
stars. Yeah, also made of navy stars with a giant navy star translucent bow holding her hair in a ponytail.
Amazing.
And of course, elbow length gloves.
Gloves. Yeah,
Of course.
of course.
Still barefoot.
Would you strike your
Still
pose
barefoot.
for us? The like what it the when the music swells and then clears to this new form that you are in, what's your
Reaching up and out, like that.
Yeah.
Maybe like a sweep pose. I don't know.
Okay.
Just trying on a couple things.
Nice. And this pose stops the time of the dream. For those that you decide that you want to. So like, Faye is cradling her plant child, and giving you the like look, but not moving. Who are you talking to who is not stopped?
The only person's voice that I recognize is Calliope's.
Okay.
Oh.
So I have now I was operating off of this suspicion, like I didn't really recognize anyone else. I didn't recognize Delia, because I haven't connected that like quite between like my sleeping self hasn't fully gotten that recognition yet. So I want to talk to Calliope about what we're gonna do.
Yep, absolutely.
And so I get up out of the fountain. If it is okay with you, let me know if can I bend the laws of physics a little bit?
Oh,
So
you're in
you
a
can.
dream.
I want you to remember that, like, when you're in this avatar form, that like your virtue is elegant.
Yes.
Okay. Which I think we've certainly got to. But you also have the desire from your avatar. So like this, the thing that's gonna fuel, because your avatar is not only like this benevolent being. What's gonna fuel the actions that you're taking while in this transcended form, the actions that you can have until you stop being transcended, for you included apotheosis, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you're talking about the way that you go about this, that is a part of the hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
I would like to daintily step on the edge of the fountain, take 1 or 2 steps on the other side of it, and do a sort of run through the air leap onto the balcony.
Okay.
And step into the room. And
I'm not gonna make you roll adept for that one because, like, yeah. All right.
Roll a what?
I would tell you that you had to roll like an action for that one with probably adept, but the or not adept, flow, excuse me. But that, you know, I'm going to give you that one for free because it's flavor.
Okay. I'm going to walk into the room and I am going to freeze because Aurora is seeing Delia in person, or she doesn't know Delia is Delia. She's seeing someone that she knows. She recognizes Delia.
I was like, Delia doesn't look that different. Yeah. Okay.
Delia looks pretty much like the person you just met this evening at that bar. So it's kind of clear.
Met you this evening.
Okay.
She's a time traveler. So she just met you this evening.
It was a formative evening. I feel like let's be honest, all of us here have dealt with anxiety and embarrassment. When something like that happens, the entire moment is just like branded into your memory. She remembers me.
That's not the only reason she remembers you.
Yeah. There's recognition and a oh my god look on my face for just a second, and then I keep it calm and turn to Calliope and say, what do we do for this person?
I think we still need to show her we see what she wants, and that's okay.
Okay. So she clearly wants to have a child. To get a child, we have to break down the rules of the waking world. And to do that, we have to have her form some sort of connection in the waking world.
Mm.
Let's talk to her when the clock starts running again and ask her about anyone that she feels a particular affinity towards. I am thinking of a couple of people that we could have her sort of bond with in the dream, but I'm not sure how to get her to connect with something in real life.
I don't know this person. So that's where I'm finding a blocker too. Let's try whatever we can because she's so close. I see it.
Okay. So excuse me. When the clock starts again, you are definitely using express in that case because you're talking about conveying. You need to make a connection in order to make this happen.
Okay.
I guess is that the only thing she's gonna need to do?
She's probably going to have to realize that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do we know anything else she has to do?
What's the role? So like you're talking about a truth that might not be like immediately obvious, so that's probably an analyze. And I'll take that for those of you who aren't even like in the active action right now. What's the other part that we need?
All right. So is it 2 die plus whatever we have as the marker? I'm sorry, I'm still.
No. So whatever you have in analyze is what you're rolling. If you have nothing, you roll 2, you take the lowest.
Okay. got a 4.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Okay.
The lower
So
was
the
a 1.
risk for this, because you're not like currently bringing it up for her, this is a like you falter, know nothing for those of you that got the 1s and the 2s. It is like I am drawing an absolute blank. She obviously needs to connect with somebody to either help raise children, kidnap a baby, the others from the conceive one somehow
I
otherwise.
was trying to describe a mentorship program.
I know you were. I'm sorry. I couldn't not make the joke though. So the complication that you're gonna get, the 4, then, because this is a somewhat controlled, like what she needs, or what she needs to do. This is gonna end up in a, like, the way that it's a 4 and not a bigger success is that you're gonna end up in a somewhat risky position for, like, knowing this. You're gonna feel another one of those like tremors through the dream.
Okay.
In order for her to definitely achieve this, yeah, the like possibility exists of like, you know, being involved with children, but like raising your own, if that's her like goal, as opposed to like, and she'd have to kind of backwards all of the status stuff that she's been bought into in order to be someone that worked with the like childcare version of things anyway. But if she wants to raise a child, she is going to need to leave this society, like physically exit.
So Crystal and Dan just donated a bunch of money, and I assume that that is either for a costume change or a bajillion spins. So I'm just going to spin around a lot for you guys because I love you.
In the chair, not okay. Yeah. I was like, are we?
Twirly skirts.
Oh, you're blurred.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we want to do the okay.
You were blurred.
Oh, I was blurred. Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I mean, like we could see the spinning, but like, yeah.
Tragedy.
I'll text Crystal.
Yeah. So you're feeling now that this is like she needs to actively exit the society you are in order to like be guaranteed a way to raise another human.
Can
that
I
even if she didn't want to do that with like a partner, she could do it, but she cannot do it in this society.
Okay.
She would need to leave your looming spires and precious bodies.
I was playing this as Aurora doesn't know Kairos. Kairos and Aurora are different people. Is that still correct? They don't have each other's knowledge?
No, your avatar is like, I mean, it's a separate being from you, but it definitely knows all of your innermost thoughts and secrets. And
okay, all right. In that case, I am going to recall people that I knew before I left for the city where I lived on the coast, and I'm going to try to think of people who are warm and inviting and have a very welcoming presence, who might be able to help bring someone into a smaller community if they are able to live there, even with all of the restrictions that it has. And I'm thinking of someone named Gwen. Yeah, Gwen. And I am going to turn to Calliope and say, okay, so this is a little risky, but she can't have a kid in the world we live in right now. But she could go to the coast, or she could go out to the desert, or she could go.
How do we get her there?
I want to plant the idea in her head of connecting with someone I used to know.
okay.
Are you okay with that?
Let's try.
I don't know how to plant an idea.
We
Uh,
incept her. We are in her dream.
So that one is probably going to be an express because you're talking about using words with an agenda. You are planting an idea.
Okay.
It's defy because like this is a thing that she wants, at least deep inside. So it's going to be express. We are now in risky territory because you are definitely known to the dream.
Yeah.
So whether you are the one that does the express or whether it's our harmony.
Would you actually be willing? Like, I can tell you about the person that I'm thinking of. There might be some drawbacks to information coming from me, especially since I haven't been speaking with her this whole time. Could I tell you a bit of information and then I'll go back into the wings and go back to watching?
Okay. As a player, I gotta ask about this synchronized thing, though. So I would know what my strengths are in character, but I, as a role player, do not. So if we were acting together, would it be a group action or no?
So if you are going to act this together, then yeah, you've got a group action where you're going to roll. So if you get multiple sixes from the like different rolls, it counts as a critical. For yes, but that's one's a group action. So
okay, I just wasn't sure if 2 was constituting group action.
For each failure in it, you do suffer a stress if you're the group leader. So it comes with positives and negatives.
Yep.
But you only take at most one stress.
You risk eclipse, but well, maybe I don't know where.
No.
You have 4 right now, right?
Yeah, and synchronized is when leading, you take at most 1 stress, regardless of the number of fails.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to use one of my links to grant another die to Calliope.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, I think knowing that, I will say that I believe that doing this together might give her a bigger sense of community.
Okay.
Some bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So clock resumes. I have a group action happening between Aurora in her transcendence and Calliope, who's not transcended for this.
Just Callie.
You're trying to express the necessity of leaving in order to.
So we are going
raise,
to
adopt, conceive, whatever.
Well, I can roll, and then we'll see how great I am at this.
Okay.
Whether it's going to be a great rousing speech or not. Oh, hot damn! I got a 6 and 2 4s.
Okay. All right. So the it's risky. So a 6 is you do it. You are able to express that, like, and feel free to actually. Why am I?
Yeah. So, the way that I do this is saying we recognize what you want, and it's a beautiful, wonderful, natural thing that we just can't do here. This is something that if you feel you deserve it, you should have this. Unfortunately, the only way we can do that here is through this laborious process. No pun intended, shit. This whole process where you may or may not even get what you want in the end. And you're putting in so much time and energy when the clear-cut answer before us is to remove yourself from this specific environment to a place where you can get what you want, somewhere that you can sync up with someone who can help you support what you need in order to make this a reality. And I know that sounds crazy, and I know you don't know what that looks like, but I think that if you could just step outside what you know right now and see what you think you want and accept that for what it is and go beyond what you think you're capable of, you can find so much more happiness.
Do you tell her about Gwen person in
Yes,
the
I don't know enough about this person, but yeah.
Aurora can step in for part of
Yep, I will step in, and I'm. Is there a way for me to step in that is not just, oh my god, another person has just jumped in? Probably not.
Also, you're transcended right now. That ship has sailed.
You are
All right.
possible, baby.
All right, I sweep in. I suddenly have yards of fabric. I float in. There's suddenly yards of fabric coming off of my arms, just gracefully trailing behind me, and then they disappear as my arms settle, and I say, I know someone who can help you. Let's propose that when...
No. Okay, sorry.
Yes, basically, yes. Yes, sure. When you wake up, you can look up the contact information of someone who lives at Pebble Beach named Gwen. And she is currently the only Gwen there.
She golfs, I'm assuming. Okay.
And that is just someone who may be able to help start you on your path. I can guarantee she will welcome you with open arms should you choose to seek her out. And then I'm gonna do a quick turn and float out and away. Generally, I'm just standing outside at the other side of the door, but or on the down below, just like listening in on everything that's happening. But I think that grand entrance, grand exit, I'm gone.
Remind me of your other desire other than apotheosis.
Overthrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this is not enough, I think, for your avatar.
No? Okay.
Yeah, like the instinct for her to help. We've got that. Like, great express. Glad you got a 6 because shit was gonna happen with a. But like,
all right, okay, I'll push it.
Your avatar's motivations are not purely benevolent. Like the overthrow here, like, is part of your desire for what you're doing or what you're telling her to do for.
All right. In that case, I turn back and I say, what is it that you really want? Like, I see your dream. I see your beautiful bed. I see your beautiful fireplace with the glass. And nothing that you have here can get you what you want. Nothing that you aspire to will ever get you what you want. You need to break this down. And suddenly a sledgehammer forms in my hand and I hand it to her.
Okay. So now she's holding Ava lovingly in one arm. Her tears are like watering this plant. And we have a sledgehammer. Tammy, what's up?
I was going to be like, if any of the baby-related things were anywhere that I could actually tangibly grab onto in a moment, I was going to walk up with them, and now there's a sledgehammer.
Yep.
I'm like, I just grabbed a tray with food and baby stuff on it, and now there's a sledgehammer, and I don't know what to do.
I think I know what I need to do, but I don't know if I can do it by my...
Oh, do you need friends? I form another sledgehammer and I start handing them out.
Now I will walk up with that tray. I will hand her the tray if she puts down the
I
plate.
don't have enough yet. Like, where are my arms? A third
They
one.
are now
It's a
sledgehammers.
dream. I got an extra arm. Who knows where it came from? It's all right.
You have to put down Ava to accept what you really want to be holding.
Oh. And she is just gonna start weeping. Yeah. She's the only thing I've got. For this is the thing I care the most about in all of this stupid. How am I supposed to let her go if I don't know that this is gonna work? You don't know that this is gonna work. How am I supposed to? She's perfect, and you're not. What if we don't make it? And how do you do it? How do you do it? Like, we have a tray of peas and like string cheese, and it's shaking. The
If she hasn't taken it from me,
SpaghettiOs,
my
whatever.
hands are starting to shake because I don't actually know how to answer this because I don't have an answer for that
Peas
question for
jumping
myself.
everywhere. Sorry. Yes. Okay. The and she's gonna look at like Delia and be like, I don't. You're the only one I recognize. I all I could do is like say hi to you in the hallway, and how am I supposed to do this by myself?
Because you won't be by yourself.
Thank you to random person who just donated $279. Thank
Holy
you. Thank you, whoever you
I
are.
missed that while I was talking about spilling peas on the
Sorry,
ground.
this is so very emotional, and my watch just went off, and I was like, "What is happening?"
And
Dan and Crystal, I owe you still an outfit change. I'm aware.
SpaghettiOs going everywhere.
SpaghettiOs.
SpaghettiOs.
But you won't be alone because you'll be able to find your dreams, and when you get there, that's the dream is to be with other people, so it'll I don't know what I'm doing. I
Sometimes
embrace your destiny.
You won't know what you're capable of unless you do something different.
Yes, you won't know what you're capable of unless you do something different.
Roll a fucking express or something for it. Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna hold on to my line until after this plays out.
I was gonna say, yeah, but I don't know. When facing your most powerful foe, like you could say, "Oh, I don't know." Once again, embrace your destiny. It's fine.
Embrace your destiny.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to
Somebody
break
roll
down.
yeah, like in this case, I'm gonna go with defy is also a possibility because you've got the opposition of like her.
I
Her fear.
rolled a 5 on my express.
Oh,
Okay. All right. So
I'm really selling this whole parroted line shit.
Delia has no
what are
clue
you
what
gonna
she is
tell her to
doing.
do when she wakes up? That where like what does she have to do?
She has to move to the coast where things are simpler and people have these genuine connections, and you're free to make the choices, like finding other people to start a family with. And it's not based on status, it's just based on that's just what you want out of life. So you're able to make those choices for yourself.
I can.
There's other places besides here with other options besides 14 more levels for
a maybe.
a maybe.
I can wake up.
Sometimes you have to smash everything that you know in order to make your dreams come true. I gotta use that line in there because, well,
because we might have a hammer, and when you've got a hammer, you swing it.
Everything looks like a nail.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lean over to this person with green eyes that I do not know and just say, was the hammer a little too much?
Faye is gonna is holding the hammer, right? She's gonna put Ava on the glass table.
Oh, I can't.
I've got to wake up, and I've got to get out of here. I've got to wake up, and I've got to get out of here. I've got to wake up. That's not really Ava. She's on my shelf. And I've got to wake up. And it's a dream, so whether or not she'd be able to do this with a sledgehammer kind of doesn't matter. She's gonna do the inhale of breath that you can hear, but you can only hear because you all have the ability to sense in the space. And she's gonna lift the hammer up over from her shoulder and down, but she's gonna close her eyes the second she takes it over the arc of her shoulder and hit it into the glass surface of the table. And the physics of the dream is going to take all of those shards of glass and just slowly explode from the point where the hammer hit. The potted plant is just hovering in the space above these glinting diamonds of shattered glass headed out into all directions of this artificially slowed time of dream logic. And you're gonna hear her make the sound of gasping awake from that sensation that Delia had explained earlier of the falling, or in her case, the feel of a glass shard hitting into her chest. And she's gonna wake up, which means all of you wake up too.
Okay, what happens to us? Okay.
When her dream goes, you can wake up. So we have gone well over time, extremely. So we're gonna call because we can. Our magical girls. We got one magical transformation of, and even though our hero did not embrace her dynasty, but it's fine.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't even entirely sure how to embrace the.
I was so prepared.
We are going to do kind of an outro. So I'd actually like to know what you came up with for your transformation into both Evening Star and Calliope. Especially the harmony is supposed to be gigantic in size and form. And then would like you to imagine the theme music of triumphant I don't know. Yeah, in the background as we go. Thank you for sticking with us if you've been on stream at all. Before we start transformation stuff, etc., does anybody have a thing that they want to make sure that we mention for possibly doing Jackbox, etc. still? If
some of the people on the team were supposed to be doing party games after this, so
we'll see you with it. Yeah,
stick around.
What is happening? Why do I see? Oh, hi, Tucker.
what
am I looking at?
On that note,
thank you everyone for the donations.
Live from the apocalypse.
Super with it. level of expertise you can expect from us as we continue with the streams later this evening with things like
it's only
Jackbox.
going to get worse than this. So thank you.
Fantastic. I would, as I said, love to hear those magical girl transformations as we like outro bit. But if people are like totally dead, I'm also okay with being like, hey, we've done a bunch of stuff this weekend. We are raising money. We have raised a bunch of money. Thank you for so many of these donations, all of the raids, all of the people tuning in for Children's Miracle Network and the stupid stuff we do for money, like forge haikus and costume changes and twirling. Which is not stupid. It's wonderful. Okay. Thanks for tuning in. This was Girl by Moonlight. We figured it out as we went, at least kind of, and we love you all. Yeah. I think we're headed out. So thanks all.
And the channel will be back again early 9 a.m. tomorrow with more streaming to raise funds for Extra Life for the channel.
Yes.
Check out our individual streams in the meantime.
And the individual people in this stream will be continuing to hurt themselves this evening by streaming Jackbox games. And
we'll be back. Some of us will be back for Veil Breakers tomorrow
at 7 on this channel again.
Just look at a schedule.
Same
we love
time,
you.
Same bad hours, channel, whatever. Yes.
We're doing great. We're doing great.
We're doing great.
Thanks for all of my magical girls for sticking it out through like time and space and a little bit of crying. And
thanks, Vicky.
The big bad of the plot is not even revealed yet. Sharky, good night to all y'all. Thanks for coming along.